亲切，真的看到，尤其是看到屏幕上那个此时此刻的珠峰大本营的时候，感觉特别的亲切，好像又回到了15年前。
刚刚我们看画面，这个天气看起来不错，希望他们能一切顺利。我看刚刚慢直播的时候，很多网友已经在评论区给大家。
So just now during our slow motion movie, we have received a lot of comments on the platform. Later on, we will also pick the lucky stars win some gifts from today's special program. For example, we will give you the products carrying the logo of our channel, and you can also win other types of souvenirs. We will select multiple lucky stars from today's program, so just stay tuned with our program. Now we are giving you this live report about the peak mission. Some of the members from the expedition team, they are mounting up in the Everest. Friends of CCTV News, I'm now at the base camp of the Mount Qomolangma at an altitude of 5,200 meters. This is also the headquarters of the command. For example, by my side, a representative of the local authority has been communicating with our mountain climbers at the front line. He's asking about the weather conditions. And we know until now that there is the heavy accumulation of the snowfall coming from the previous days. This is the Director General of the Tibetan Authority of Sports. Just now I've communicated with the team leader. He said that in the previous few days, there's the heavy snowfall. The road has been buried under the snow, so they are pacing forward in a relatively slow rhythm, and they are reaching an altitude of 8,700 meters. They are reaching the second stage of the mountain. Once they can overcome that height, then there will be a relatively plain area waiting for them. And this morning they are carrying a lot of weight with them. The load is another challenge for them. What about the weather conditions over there on top of the mountain? I'd like to give the floor to our Director of the Weathers. We have already set up the radars to measure the wind speed and also the temperature. Currently, the wind speed is 9 meters per second. That is not a very strong wind blow. It's a moderate one, considering the local mountain conditions. And now our team members, they are climbing at the second stage. And we have 12 members of that exhibition team. They are climbing up towards the peak of the Mount Qomolangma. It is expected that by 9 a.m. they can reach the altitude of 8,800 meters. And that is a significant goal of this session of the exhibition mission, because we will set up an automated weather station there at the highest place in the world, at an altitude of 8,800 meters. From the pictures, you can see that it's the future spot of the installation of this automated weather station, from which we can receive more and more weather conditions data. Specifically, what are the data can we receive from that station? Temperature, for example, and humidity, radiation level. So you can have all those statistics, and also the wind direction, wind speed. as well as the atmosphere pressure. So in total, we can have multiple categories of data. Online, we have academician Mr. Yao. He's also the person in charge of this peak mission. So, Mr. Yao, why do we have to set up this ultra-high altitude of weather conditions, weather stations? Because today we have noticed a lot of significant changes within the environment on top of the mountain Everest. For example, with the humidity and with the temperature, and the degree of the changes of the weather conditions can be twice or 3 times more significant. As compared to the low altitude area. Against this background of climate change, we have to continue with a continuous observation of the weather conditions, more specifically the temperature conditions on top of the mountain Qomolangma. If the weather, or more specifically the temperature, will go above 0 degrees, of course we can expect to see significant melting of the icebergs and other glaciers. And maybe during some days of the year, the temperature up there on the peak can go above 0 degrees. That explains why we have to set up such an automated weather station on top of the mountain at such a high altitude of 8,800 meters to have a very close observation. If you look at the blue area, then it's at an altitude of 8,300 meters of altitude. And the gap between the highest and the lowest temperature throughout the day can be more than 20 degrees. We have to keep a close eye on the changes of the temperature to see whether during some days of the year the temperature will go above 0 degrees. In that case, we are facing a huge risk of the heavy melting of the icebergs. We are collaborating with the team of mountain climbers. We are training them to become a new generation of scientists and experts so they can climb up the mountain on a regular basis to do the research. We have, as I know, spent 2 years on the training of those mountain climbers. So could you please share with us more details about the mountain climbing and also the scientific expedition trips? First of all, we have spent 2 years in training our members of the team. We have already discovered some talents among our team members. They are especially skilled for the previous stages of discovery and expedition. They have sent back a lot of data to support our further researches. So today we are building this team of synergy with all the members capable of climate studies and also the mountain climbing. This is the team that has combined the greatest number of disciplines. So where are they now? They are just under the second stage. Now they are in the line. Because they are carrying a heavy load with them, those are equipments and materials. And they're also carrying some backup bottles of oxygen. So you have to consider that they are advancing in a very slow rhythm. And there has been the sunrise. Temperature is going up a little bit, and the wind has been slowed down. And I believe that they can progress a little bit faster. This time for the weights carried by our team members, for every one of them is 10 kilograms. Compared to the normal level, what's the difference? This time we have double the weight for them, because usually for an expedition member they will carry only 5 kilograms. This time we have added up to 10 kilometers, specifically for the equipment. Starting by 3 a.m. this morning, they have kicked off their trip. It's a very slow trip until now, because looking back to our experience in the year 2008, after several hours march and climbing in the mountain areas, they have already reached the peak of the mountain. But this year, they have slowed down the pace, but they are also creating a lot of new records. From the north facet, the north slope of the mountain, this time we have started at an early stage. In 2008, during that previous climbing experience, we have summited the mountain on the 8th of May, but today we have advanced the calendar by 4 days. We have also received a lot of questions, for example, from Meizi. Cheer up, our team members, a lot of good wishes to you. And another question coming from our netizens, the calculation of the thickness of the snow will be an important parameter to see the climate change level across the globe. Is that so, Mr. Yao? Yes, of course. And people are using the metaphor as like the ice cream of the whole world. So how thick is that? Until now, it's unknown. We have to do the calculation and measurement. So by the measurement, we are also setting a new world record, right? In the past, we have already run the experiment and the measurement, but we didn't make the disclosure about that information. So another new world record set today. With this peak mission in the Qomolangma mountain, we are setting a lot of new world records. We have the persons in charge and also the researchers and academicians with us. We have the senior experts. You have also joined the UN programs. So, Mr. Xu, could you please share with us? Apart from measuring the thickness of the ice, we also would like to measure the impact of human activities on the environment. For example, the pollutions from the human activities and their impact on this environment. And this time we will also set up an automated weather station at a very high altitude. I've noticed that along their trip they will also take the samples of the environment. Every 100 meters, the samples can deliver totally different results. Every 100 meters, We will also take the blood samples of our team members, the climbers. The climbers, they are wearing heavy clothes and also the gloves. It would be very challenging for them to take the blood samples in that extreme environment and also at a very high altitude. We have also shared with them the instructions about the standardized blood sample taking, and they will follow the rules in order to have the most precise result of the sample taking. So could you please make a call to our team members to see how they're doing now? So maybe now we will leave them alone because they are overcoming a major obstacle of climbing. They are making the transition from the second stage to the third stage. What about the altitude? Where are you guys? How are you doing? They are mounting up the second stage. So our team members, they are working hard. So later on, I would give you the latest update about the advancement of our team members. Okay, welcome back. Just now we've heard from the base camps and also the live footage sent back by our climbers. We heard very clearly from our climbers at the front line. We heard from them that the weather conditions now are very good. The sun is there. We have observed the sunrise and also the wind is blowing less fiercely. And what about the thickness of the ice? We are waiting for the final result of the measurement. And we know that for every 100 meters of climbing, the climbers have to take their blood samples in order to show their adaptation to the extreme weather conditions. And they are also setting up the automated weather stations at the highest altitude. This is another world record. 15 years ago, you've been staying at the base camp at the Mount Qomolangma for 4 months, and today you are staying with me to observe this whole mission, this new mission. So what's your feeling? Over the past years, I've read a lot of reports and I followed a lot of live streaming programs about all the missions to learn more about the mountain. This time we can have a very close follow-up of their mission. It's called the Pig mission. This time we have included a lot of new elements, for example, the installation of the weather stations, the taking of the blood. And finally, when they arrive at the peak of the mountain, we will see their blood oxygen level and the other parameters and also the indicators of their health conditions. When they reach finally the altitude of 8,800 meters, we're really curious to know how they would be doing and what will be their body conditions and the status of their health. At an altitude of 5,200 meters, that was the base camp, and you have climbed up for 100 meters and finally you've given up because Every 10 meters you gain in altitude, you can see that your body conditions are reaching an extreme. You can no longer go up anymore. And now you are observing that there's a team of climbers moving up towards an altitude of 8,800 meters while carrying such a heavy weight, the load of all the equipment with them. That is amazing and incredible. We also have the experts and all the academicians, and also the director generals of the local authorities sharing with us their explanations at the base camp of the Qomolangma mountain at an altitude of 5,200 meters. When people talk at that altitude, how do they feel? Actually, it's very hard to capture the new ideas, and sometimes you can also suffer from the lack of oxygen. It will make it very difficult to think and to communicate. When we were there, during the 2008 experience, for the transport of the Olympic torch, we have mobilized a team of personnel in order to guarantee. Yes, now you have the photo. Finally, the torch of the Olympic Games. This is the torch in the relay. A lot of people have taken this precious photo. Is that you in the photo? Yes. And you were so young in the photo. And you had a round face. Partly it's because I was much younger in those days, and another reason is that there is the fact of swelling. Because you are living in an environment that is totally different from the environment in the low altitude, so the swelling effect can be really huge. Now you have a new photo on the screen. That is what we call the base camp of the Mount Qomolangma. So I believe these are the photos taken recently, not from the old days when we were there. By then, we can also find a lot of amateurs of mountain climbing. You can also find the members of the scientific research team and other team members. Sometimes you can even find hundreds of people staying there at the same time. And another change with the Mount Qomolangma is with this height. We have measured once the height of the mountain in 2005, and recently in 2020 we have measured again to see the new height of the mountain. I've taken a photo with this piece of stone carrying the exact height of the mountain. I would like to show to everyone that not only I've climbed up to the base camp of the Mount Qomolangma, but I've also witnessed the new height of the mountain. Now back to our journalist at the site. Friends of CCTV News, good morning to you all. I'm now at one of the base camps of the Mount Qomolangma at an altitude of 5,200 meters. My name is Chen Ying. I'm the journalist from CCTV. CMG. Today is one of the most important days of the peak mission, and we had a wonderful morning here. The delegation of the experts and also the squad leaders and the team leaders for the exploration of the Mount Qomolangma, they have entered this tent because we will all together witness that wonderful moment of summiting the Mount Qomolangma by our 12 members. Now our team members, they reached the second stage of the climbing and they're overcoming a very big challenge and obstacle in order to reach a new height. And there are a lot of questions given by our netizens, and we are wondering about the weather conditions at this mountain area and also how they are doing, our climbers, and what about the mission carry out. Since yesterday, from 6 p.m., we have communicated with the team members of the meteorological studies. They have organized this video call, and they told us that currently the weather conditions are very favorable for the climbing of the mountain. And starting by 4 a.m., this morning we have reached the base camp of the Mount Qomolangma. From the background, you can see the torchlight of our climbers. So that shows the visibility has been very high starting by this morning, because we can see very clearly when they kicked off their journey and move up the ladder, move up the mountain, you can still see the torchlight. However, for the advancement, it has been slower than expected. According to Nima Tsiren, the Director General of the Tibetan Authority of Sports, the weather conditions are very good, but we still have to consider another element. During the past days, there has been the heavy snowfall, so that's why there has been a very thick accumulation of snow on the road for our climbers. This has made their climbing even more challenging than expected. Their ropes and other equipment for the climbing can be frozen up. Not only our team members have to accomplish this mission of climbing the mountain, they also have to set up the installations for the further scientific studies. They are carrying this around 10 kilograms of supplies as well as the equipment. Every time when they mount up by 1 meter, they can feel that the burden is heavier and the challenge is still there. We have currently postponed the exact hour of the summiting of the Mount Qomolangma, but I can assure you that we have been staying in contact with our climbers. They are doing very well in general. There's no problem with their body conditions. We are still pushing forward our task of peak mission. At the same time, I'd like to talk about the second question. The application of our mission and also the status quo of our climbers. Maybe some of you have noticed from the news of this morning that there's one of the team members has withdrawn from this mission because in the very beginning we have planned to send 13 people up to the peak of the Mount Qomolangma, but until now it's only 12 of them doing this mission. And I also would like to share with you some statistics that I've received for that area above the altitude of 8,000 meters, the temperature could be minus 30 degrees Celsius. And according to the latest feedback from our climbers, they can still feel the wind of a speed of 5 meters per second near the peak area of the mountain. So those extreme conditions are making the mission even more challenging for our team members of climbers. They will continue to strive forward. At an altitude of 8,300 meters, they will set up an automated weather stations. For the installation of this weather station, it will take them about 1 hour, and later on they will move forward to that final height of 8,848 meters. So our climbers, they are working very hard to move on. They're carrying on their shoulder not only that mission of mountain climbing, but also the exploration of this environment to know better about the mountain and the whole area as a total. So please stay tuned with our program. We are looking forward to more good news, and we will give you the latest update as soon as possible. So one of the ancient equipments, just now our journalist Chen has talked about the temperature at the peak area. This is the pair of shoes that I've put on when I was there in 2008. In our sleeping bag, we still have to put on this kind of boots of protection. What about the changes of the temperature in the base camp? You can feel all the 4 seasons throughout the day. In the afternoon, even though the temperature is only around 10 degrees Celsius, but because you have to stay inside the tent, you feel that the temperature is very hot. And suddenly you can experience the fall of the snow, and immediately you can see that temperature drop significantly. You will only put on this kind of protective boots and shoes when you are in your sleeping bags. During the daytime, you cannot use it because you have all the rocks on the surface of the ground. You have to use more solid shoes.
大家在评论区打出来哈。
看过咱们20年的节目都知道。
Many years ago, we have measured the height of the Mount Qomolangma to be 8,844.43 meters. What about the latest update from that measurement in 2020? If you know the answer, you can leave a message on our platform. So, we also have a very interesting topic. What would you want to do when you reach the peak of the Mount Qomolangma? We have actually one expert invited to our program today who has visited the peak of the mountain himself. Years ago, Mr. Xia has unluckily lost his feet, but he hasn't given up his dream of mountain climbing, so he has made his climbing trip on the 14th of May 2018, and he made it. Good morning, Mr. Xia. I can feel the strength in your voice. And you were born the year of the foundation of the People's Republic of China. Today, we are witnessing a new mission to explore the peak of the Mount Qomolangma. What's your feeling? I'm very excited about this mission because they are making another world miracle there. Apart from the requirements for the body conditions of the climbers, we also have to rely heavily on the weather conditions. I've tried 5 times the mountain, and every time I've run into unexpected weather conditions. For the 5th time of my personal experience, I've made it to reach the peak of the Mount Qomolangma, but when I was stepping down from the mountain, I also encountered extreme weather conditions. Sincerely, I hope that this time our mountain climbers, they could be better protected, and so in the end we can guarantee not only their safety but also the result of the scientific research mission. In 2018, Mr. Xia, you've made it to the peak of the Mount Qomolangma. So before your success, have you ever made a forecast about what you would do on top of the mountain? Yes, I thought about it before my final arrival on the top of the mountain. I would like to shout it out. I would like to cry out. However, when I was finally there on top of the mountain, Qomolangma, I felt that I had no more strength to do any of that anticipated moves. Only thing I was thinking about is that I could make it because I have received a lot of love and care from my family members and friends, and even some people that I don't know from society, but they are still giving me a lot of cheer ups and also the support. So it's not only a personal glory, more importantly, that is the glory to all the friends and family members who have supported my work. And during one interview, you said that finally the Mount Qomolangma has received me, has accepted my arrival. So why is that? Why the acceptance? Because however strong a person is, you cannot confront the nature. If the weather conditions are not by your side, then you can never make it. So, because I was accepted by the Mount Qomolangma, I could finally make it to the peak. It's not that I have defeated the nature. It's never that. So why the selection of the month of May to make the climbing? You actually have helped to create a model of climbing and also shared some precious experience with all of us. So could you please give us the reason about the selection of the timing? Every year we only have a very small window for the climbing of the mountain. It's between spring and summer. In that window period, you have less of a wind blow and the temperatures would be better. You have to seize that opportunity. You have to seize that window period. Otherwise, if you miss it, you will have to wait for another year. Usually in May, we can have the most favorable weather conditions in this Mount Qomolangma area. Over there, you can see the footage captured by our 8K camera From distance, you can already see very clearly how our team members are doing. So, Mr. Xia, can you see the picture too? Can you see the footage, the live footage too? This time we can see very clearly and we can follow their advancement. What's your feeling? I'm very excited because this time the weather conditions are really good. We don't have a strong wind blow, and very clearly we can see that they are advancing quickly towards the peak of the Mount Qomolangma. All my best wishes to the climbers of the mountain. At the same time, we would like to show you some more details about our peak mission. At the same time, we will keep on our chat with Mr. Xia. So you have further goals and missions. What's your plan? Because I'm a climbing lover. I've already made it to the Mount Qomolangma. I would like to visit also the polar area and also all the highest mountains from the 7 continents. Compared to the Mount Qomolangma, for the other highest mountains in other continents, what's the difference and what's the challenges? For each mountain, there is something special about it and something challenging about it. So every time when you make the move, or before you make the move, you have to prepare yourself, do your homework. You can never underestimate the difficulties waiting for you, because we know from history that a lot of famous climbers, they lost their lives not because they have already reached the highest point, but they lost their lives due to some minor mistakes when they were still at a very low altitude. So when you have decided to climb the mountains, you have to prepare everything. You have to diligently do your homework. And behind us, you can see the route of our climbers of the mountains. They almost arrived at this altitude of 8,800 meters, where they will set up this automated weather stations. So, Mr. Xia, to travel from the altitude of 8,300 meters to the higher point of 8,800 meters, why we have to do it very early in the morning? Because in that peak area of the Mount Qomolangma, the weather conditions can be relatively stable during the morning session, and the conditions can be turbulent starting by the afternoon. So before 2 p.m., you have to complete everything. That's why we have to start our journey already very early in the morning. You have to make the peak of the Mount Qomolangma by the end of the morning. So before 12 a.m., you have to try your best to reach the peak. You also have to consider the distribution of energy. You have to conserve some of your energy for the climbing down of the mountain. That is a huge task and challenge for our climbers. Just now from our journalists, we had a very good visibility. Very early in the morning, when our climbers of the mountain kicked off their journey and moved up the mountains, they are using the torchlight. We can see the light of the torchlight of the climbers from the base camp. When you're in the team and you are doing this journey very early in the morning when the sun is not yet in the sky, and you have to follow very closely the member in front of you, because the torchlight or the headlight can only cover a certain limited area. For the rest of it is all in darkness. That's why you have to follow very closely behind your team members. And usually with that limited area lighted up by your torchlight, you cannot make the judgment about the areas in distance. That is a challenge for our climbers. And you have to know the expertise to how to overcome the darkness problem. And what about the ropes? First of all, we have the pioneers to set up the ropes along the path. Usually the guys to set up the rope for the later climbers, they are very strong and they are taking a lot of risks, so we have to pay tribute to them. So normally before we kick off this journey with our climbers, we have to use this team of guys to set up the ropes. Usually we say that to climb up the mountain is not the most difficult part because it's more challenging to climb down. Is that so for the Mount Qomolangma too? Yes, that is the same thing. Because first of all, when you are moving towards the peak of the Mount Qomolangma, you are full of energy. And after making it at the peak of the mountain, you feel that you've used up all your energy. When you're climbing down, you can move at a faster pace. However, you can have the trembling legs, and there's a tendency or momentum that your body can just roll down on the slope of the mountain. That is very dangerous because if you climb up the mountain, if you feel that very uncomfortable with your legs, you can just take a very short break. You can kneel down on the slope of the mountain. However, if you climb down from the peak of the mountain, there's no other place you can go. You have to stand still with your legs even though they're trembling. So what was on your mind when you were there in the mountain? Especially you were climbing the mountain with the prosthesis. Because I was using the prosthesis, I have to make every step very firm. Because I cannot afford the slippery steps. You have to know that the prosthesis, they are not 100% fixated. Sometimes if there's the slippery steps, then the prosthesis can shake up a little bit, and there would also be the problems of the broken skin. And when you are using a prosthesis, you cannot feel the part. And also limited by the prosthesis, I cannot lift up my leg to a very high level. Sometimes I cannot lift up my feet. I have to move forward from a lateral position. Sometimes I can even not make it to lift my feet out of the surface of the snow. Then I have to kneel down and use my knees. And sometimes I also have to use the movement of the kicks of the legs. So to use a prosthesis to climb the mountain, I can run into a lot of difficulties that normal people will never meet. The moment you reach the peak of the Mount Qomolangma, did you feel that it's unreal? I've traveled through a part of the route that is relatively flat. However, energy consumption is a huge headache for me. But still, it seemed like there was the call made by the peak of the Mount Qomolangma, so I stick to it. I didn't give up. I was deeply encouraged by the peak of the mount, and that spirit of the mountain climbers was cheering me up. Finally, I completed my dream. I made my dream come true, and I was very happy about that. And when our mountain climbers reach the peak, they also have to carry out a lot of missions for scientific expedition. So, Mr. Xiao, when you reach the peak, how much time have you stayed there? Only for more than 10 minutes. I even didn't have the time to show the flag I've prepared, the national flag I prepared, and take a photo immediately. I experienced the sudden storm of the snow. Immediately, people are screaming, and they're calling up that we have to go down, we have to leave the peak. So that was a pity. Yes, of course. We had actually anticipated a lot of other activities, but we didn't have that chance. We have to leave, we have to make the retreat due to the storm. From another point of view, you were also very lucky because you were riding time. You were riding time for the climbing until the peak. If you were, like, say, half an hour late in your climbing timing, then you must have already encountered that snowstorm on your way up to the peak, and you would never make it. Yes, exactly. Imagine that. I was in half an hour late for the climbing in 2018. I would never make it. So again, I'm so thankful for that acceptance shown by the Mount Qomolangma to my arrival. And this time for our peak mission, unbelievably, we had a relatively long period of window opportunity for 1 week. So, Mr. Xiao, what about this 1 week of window opportunity? Does it mean that we will never meet any strong storms of snow or others? Today we can have rather precise weather forecasts. For my personal story, I started the journey on the 13th. I started from the side of Nepal. We were moving up towards the peak of the mountain. The wind was not that strong. I kept walking for more than 10 hours until that arrival at the peak. But the conditions were still very good. By then, it was said that wind would start to blow by 11 a.m. However, what we didn't expect that the wind had started to blow from 8 a.m. So that's why we have abandoned all the anticipated activities. This time, I believe that after so many years of development with the meteorological forecast capacity, we can make it more precise and we can further support our climbers. So a short break for you, Mr. Xia. Now we'd like to share more information about the selection of the lucky stars from our netizens, from our audience. We will pick 6 lucky stars to win our souvenirs. You can reach our program through multiple platforms. If you are selected, you can win the souvenirs like the cultural creations from our groups. And Mr. Xia, you don't have to join this effort of competition because we will give your gift directly. We will mail it to your house. There's a limitation for the time of climbing. As is mentioned before, usually we can see heavy wind blows in the afternoon, and weather conditions can become very turbulent in the afternoon. So you have to complete all your tasks before 2 p.m. Otherwise, we will persuade you to just abandon the mission, because if you were still working upwards at around 2 p.m., then you won't have sufficient energy to support you on the way down from the peak area. What about the oxygen supply? When I was there, I tried my best not to touch the bottles of oxygen because I would not want to have this dependence on the oxygen. What about you, Mr. Xia? Oxygen supply, of course, that is very important for the climbers. Usually when you reach a certain altitude, you have to use the oxygen supply, including the mask and also the bottle of oxygen. Altogether, the weight will not exceed 5 kilograms. That is not very heavy. You also have to calculate the distribution of the oxygen. For example, when you move up from the altitude of 700 meters to the top and the way back, you have to very well distribute the utilization volume of the oxygen. You do the calculation in advance and you know how many bottles of oxygen you would need. Always plan ahead and do your homework in advance. And Mr. Xia, just now in our chat, you mentioned that you have some further plans to reach the peak of other highest mountains in other continents. You also would like to make your trip to the polar areas. What about the Mount Qomolangma? Would you like to make the climbing again with the Mount Qomolangma after the completion of the 7+2 plan? Of course, I would wait to see if I can embrace another wonderful window period to climb up the Mount Qomolangma again. Thank you very much, Mr. Xia. So finally, could you please share a message with the young climbers now on the mountain? Hopefully, you can accomplish this mission in a very successful way, and you can contribute also your effort to this mission. And we also wish you a huge success in your 7+2 ambition. So what's your feeling talking to this elderly mountain climber? I share his
当年
glory.
因为在大本营待着，有很多的这个科考人员也好，登山人员也好，每天朝夕相处。
And I show full respect to Mr. Xia.
有没有印象特别深？
And you've also stayed together with the mountain climbers when you were in that base camp of Mount Qomolangma. When I was there, I thought all of them were stars,
有点大熊猫的感觉。
有点绝对的，
and everyone's looking at
都
them.
会关注。
We all attach great
无论是
importance
进行
to
演
all
练
their
或者说
activities,
哪怕他们
for
是
the
哎去吃
drills,
饭了
even
然后
when
去
they
排
went
队打
out
他们就觉
for
得哎呀
dinners
这些
and
重
for
要的队员
lunches.
这些队员
We
就是
would
他们就是那种感觉，确实就是他们
gossip
的
a little bit about
有
them,
时候他们
saying
是
to
要
each other,
承担
"Wow,
这种使
look,
命，而且他们
those
要
are
前
the
进的目
mountain
标，
climbers. They
你会
are
觉得
like the shining
就靠
stars."
他们了。
就靠
And we are fully dependent on them to accomplish all the activities
对，
for the expedition of scientific researches.
这是08年北京奥运火炬接力珠峰传递的时候，作为一个就是刚刚说的与有荣焉
This
参与
is
者
a
的这样的
plate
一个
of
荣耀，我觉得
memorization
这些
for
做
the
行跑
passing
工作以来，然后非常值得
relay passing of the 2008 Beijing Olympic torch.
对对对，因为你看这个后面这个火炬的这个形状，这个五环，
You can see the logo of the Olympic Games and
这辈子吧，
also the image
都
of
是沉甸甸
the
的作为自己的一个
Mount Qomolangma. That would be one of the most important souvenirs of my life. And there's also a number.
365，就是每一年的每一天。
每一天每一天。那当时这个任务其实它有它的特殊性，就是
That mission of the relay of
它
Olympic
的
torch,
跟一般的
Olympic flames, is also of significant importance. We have this shared mission for the reporters, for the personnel of logistics. We are united. We have formed this synergy. Because to accomplish such a mission, we have to work together. That is a very long period, up to 4 months.
工作的地方，这也是待的最长的地方，睡得最久的地方，就是在大本营。
I've never spent so many days in one place other than my home.
就是特别有意思的是，我们当时
So that is unforgettable experience. When we left the base camp,
的名片，然后就是工作的这个
we left something there.
这个名片压在了那个
For example,
厕所边上的一个石头下。
under a huge rock, we left our name cards
除了刚刚说的那个一个珠峰，
because there's no
纪念
other
高城台，那高城台
permanent
就在厕所
installations.
边上，其实不远，就在那样一个小山坡
So
上。
by the
我在
toilets
想10年
on the
20年之后
rock,
是不是还能再拿回来？
I
我
buried
就不知道
one of
刚
my
刚那
name
个
cards,
夏老当时有没有想到在珠峰顶上
hoping that
留下
one
一样
day,
物品，然后
maybe
10年之
after
后再取回
2
来。
decades or 1 decade, hopefully I could retrieve that name card of mine.
这次又关注我们的当下的进程，现在可以看到这个小红圈儿哈。
对，能看
Now
到
you can
上面
see
的
the
这个
red
圆
circle
确实
there,
还挺清楚的。
这在
inside which that's the one of the climbers from the
对，
team.
其实15年前很多的这个
15
画面
years
都没
ago,
有，就是
when
包
you
括
were there, you can
科考
never
这些
you
装
can
备
never
就是说
imagine
休息
that
的这个时间，
we can
让
use the
最开
AT
始他们
camera
20几号的
to
时候，然后
locate
开
our
在
climbers on their
然后再
way
架在
up.
气象站啊，到
And
现在
today
到
we
终
are
于是
talking about
5月
installation of
这
an
也就
automated
3
weather
周的时间。
stations at a very
其
high
实这个
altitude.
这个现在的这个科考装备、保障装备、这个气象条件，
Today
尤
we
其现在科
have
技已经进步后，这无人
advanced
机的使用，
technologies.
包
We
括
can use the
看到这个
drones,
直升机也已经到了
helicopters,
珠峰站
the
了，就是4300米珠峰站
helicopters
参与到科考了。就这
have
些
been
东西都是以前
incorporated in
15
our
年前
mission
这
to
个是不可
explore
能
the
想象
Mount
的事。
而且这次
Qomolangma.
很多网友也关注到一个细节，科考任务里面包括要放一个艇。
对，浮空艇，
And also a
哎，那个
floating
艇特别大，
boat.
但是现在还没有冲起来，但是据说冲起来之后放的这个高度要
9000米
超
吧
过珠峰9000米。
Until now, we have not yet put that floating boat into operation,
对，其
but
实它
when
是上
it's
面搭载
ready,
了
it
很
will
多的
be
这个仪器
floating
设
at
备
an
作为这
even
个高度
higher
的这个
altitude
实验
than
平
the
台，
Mount
然后可以
Qomolangma.
测它
That
的这个含
floating
量
boat
啊，
would
各种
reach
其
a
他
height
的
of
作为
9,000
开
meters,
放的这个监测呀，
9,000
或者说
meters.
很多的
It
这
can
个
help us to
监测
do
都
a
可以
lot of
通过这样的一个平台，
observation
包括水
and
汽的这些
monitoring.
相关的研究。对，
It can
而且也
facilitate
不
our
仅仅我
studies
记得
of
那会儿
water
那会
and
儿在大本
snow
营
and
是
also
可
the
以在
surrounding
大本营
environments.
保障这个现在还有的就是这
At
个
the
探空
base
气球。
camp,
因为我看到我前两天同事在做直播的时
what
候，
we
这个
can
关注
see
了这个探空气球放上去之后，如
are some of the balloons for the meteorological forecasts. When you release that balloon from the base camp, the balloon will go up and up until they exceed that height of the peak of the Mount Qomolangma. And on their way, they will collect the data about the wind speed, humidity, temperature, and all the other parameters from which the experts can have important source of information. When we were there at the base camp of the Mount Qomolangma, the most interesting part of our daily job is to witness that releasing of the balloons for the meteorological forecast. Now we have another guest invited to the program. He has participated in the 2020 measurement mission of the Mount Qomolangma. Zongyao, I remember that 2 years ago, I informed you about the mission, saying that get yourself ready, Zongyao, because we will put you to the Mount Qomolangma. Yes, that was a huge surprise. I was informed one day before, and the other day I reached Lhasa city. I was very excited. At the same time, I was also a little bit nervous. When you recall the mission 2 years ago, was the most unforgettable moment? That was a beloved moment. And from time to time, I recall that moment. Because that was a moment of pride and of huge significance, because you were sent there to witness the measurement of the new height of the Mount Qomolangma. I always look back to old days. What has impressed me the most is that we have set up a telescope from the base camp in order to observe the movements of our climbers. I heard that this time you have even updated this equipment of telescope. By then, we could just see that long distance image of our climbers. The linear distance from the base camp to the climbers is about 23 kilometers. You had very dark colored skin. Is it because that you have climbed up the Mount Qomolangma? I guess so. And our guesting, this room, he has also visited the base camp of the Mount Qomolangma. Maybe you can compare the changes of the living environment. I heard that nowadays you have the separate toilets and also the container-like rooms, the guest rooms. Is that true? When I was there, I've noticed the starry tent and also the containers, as you have mentioned. I've also noticed they had this garbage treatment system. However, what we have used are the traditional tents. We were working together with experts from the Ministry of Natural Resources. Those are temporary tents. We had 16 members of the report. We had 2 tents, one big and one smaller. Just now we have already shared with everyone the old picture of our guests in the showroom. And what about you, Zongyao? This is your old photo.
还没有完全
可能
晒黑
刚肿起来。
刚肿
So there is
当时
also
这个
the
感觉是
swelling
怎样？
face.
那个这张照片是第一天，从大本营刚睡醒，早上起来的时候。
That photo has been
Oh.
taken the first day upon my arrival at the base
当时
camp.
早上得在那个
After the
睡
first
袋里边
night spent
缓了有半个小时，
in a tent.
眼睛就感觉特别沉，你看那个眼睛都已经肿的，眼袋都肿了，然后
I've spent
呼吸
about
也有点困难，
half an hour
挣
to
扎
adapt
着从
myself
帐篷里
to
边
that
钻出来，
environment.
就感觉整个人太昏昏沉沉了。那就是
Felt
高原
like
反
I
应。
had
我估计
sand in
当
my
时
eyes,
是
and
不是给我
also
任务太
I
着急了，
had very
上去
heavy
有点太猛
breathing.
一下没有
I
适
thought
应过来。
maybe it's
后来
because
缓
I've
了2天
rushed
之
up
后，
to
差不多
the
那个
base camp.
就消了一些肿，但是
After
其实在上面
months,
我们6个人大概都是
gradually
有点
we've
浮肿
used to that altitude,
特别是那个
and the
当时
swelling
董新
effect has
董新
been
文老师，这就是
reduced a
架
little
着
bit.
望远镜的那个董新文，他的脸一直也是跟我一样，他本身也比较
And
圆，
we had
在
a
上面就直接是一个正
colleague
圆
Dong,
的脸。
person in charge for the installation of the telescope. He has also a round face due to the swelling.
朋友或者家人都认不出来。曾经我的那个照片放出去也是，连自己的家里的人都没有认出
Sometimes your
那个
face
可能
and
就是
also your body can swear to an extent that your family members and your friends cannot recognize you anymore from the
对
photo.
我不知道，就是您说。
我说当时我跟董新文是第一次见面，我们俩到就是从珠峰回来之后。
And by then, it was my first time to meet Dong Xingwen, that colleague, to set up the telescope. And we met up another time after this mission. So when we were back into the cities, and finally I can know his real look because there's no more effective swelling.
那是就是攀登前的夜里，就是5月26号晚上。
In the evening of the 26th of May, together with Dong Xingwen, we too were heading towards the headquarters of the base camp of the Mount Qomolangma to check out the environment for the live streaming program the other day. There was a TV set, so I turned on the TV, but there was no image. Actually, we know that there was a telescope installed by the CMG there. With that telescope, we can capture the image of the climbers in the mountains. That is exclusive footage. And we also offer this image as a reference to the leaders at the headquarters, the commanders. And by then, the CMG was also doing the live streaming program about this mission. So we have decided to show that live streaming program to the commanders too. So we have decided to use the live streaming of our mobile phone and later project that image from our mobile phone to the TV set. And we have also communicated during our program with some experts of the studies, and it has been a very helpful way to facilitate the decision-making of the commanders if they can stay in contact with the experts that we have invited to the program. And suddenly there was the problem with the sound of the program. So we were looking for a Bluetooth loudspeaker. And immediately we recalled that we heard the music during the lunch. And that speaker belonged to a Tibetan cook. So very late in the evening, we went to knock on the door of the Tibetan cook by the tent. We have negotiated a little bit to be able to borrow that speaker from the cook.
就放在那儿，之后就组建了一个很简单的
And finally, we have succeeded in making this live streaming system the mix of all equipments. By 1 a.m., the whole system has been put into operation. One of the climbers, Mr. Yuan, he has prepared a video clip. And by then, the climbers were having their breakfast before kicking off their journey. And he has sent that video clip to all of us, and we have projected the image on the TV set. So everyone has been witnessing their breakfast. They were having biscuits and also the oats. That was a very easy breakfast, a very light one. They boiled the water and put the oat inside. And then we started the non-stop live streaming program on the CCTV news. And everyone remained in silence. In the very beginning, with the screen of the monitoring, my colleague Dong Xingwen didn't notice that actually he had captured the images of the climbers. And one of other colleagues have noticed that there are some moving spots, really tiny spots, on our monitoring screen. And we have enlarged that picture. And I was in the headquarters of the command. And some other people have helped me to point out the location in real time of our climbers. We see how they climb up the mountain in very slow pace. And we have also used the communication facilities to stay in contact with our climbers. That was a very useful tool since we can have the telescope and also the monitoring screen, because without the communication facilities, we can already know for sure their exact locations and the advancement that they have already achieved. One more question with you. Sometimes we also share with our audience the starry night in the Mount Qomolangma area. And I know that you have promised to our audience the stones collected from the Mount Qomolangma. First of all, we'd like to make a disclaimer. That is a qualified gift. We didn't break the law, need the rules. So did you receive any feedbacks after mailing all the rocks to the selected audience? However, I feel that I fulfilled my promise to the viewers. So for those who are watching our live streaming program now, if you have ever received the gift of the rocks from Mr. Zhang, please just leave a message to let us know. So Zongyao, do you have something else to share with everyone when we are observing this mission together? We hope that we can make it to the peak of the Mount Qomolangma. Because in everybody's heart and mind, we have a Mount Qomolangma. When I was there in 2020 for the measurement mission, I really would like to climb up. However, I abandoned at an altitude of 5,200 meters or 5,300 meters.
往前走了一段。
I have advanced a little bit together with the team.
对，其实有机会
That
因为
was
再
too
上一点
difficult.
5800的这个冰塔林确实很漂
If
亮。
you can reach the altitude of 5,800 meters, you can see brilliant
特别壮观。
sceneries.
好，那宗尧，我们今天有一个互动话
For
题。
Zongyao, one
如果你
topic.
站在珠峰峰顶，最想
If
干
you
什么
can
刚才你也
reach
觉
the
得遗憾了
top of the Mount Qomolangma, what would you like to do?
不知道，咱得努力。
畅想一下，
如果站上
Imagine
去
one day
最
you
想
can
做
reach the peak. What would you want to do?
我站上去之后，想大声的呐喊。
I would like to
看看
cry
世界有多少
out
人能听见我的声音。
to see how many people can hear me.
到时候我边直播边呐喊，全世界
If you do that during our live streaming program, then everybody can hear you from every corner of the world.
开玩笑。宗尧说完了吗？呐喊喊什么呀？
说完了。
就是啊嘛。
So, when you cry out, what would you want to say to the world?
完美的成功。
好，谢谢。
I hope that our mission can be successfully completed.
我记得我
Thank you very much, Song Yao.
不记得是具体哪
Back to our studio.
的登山队员到了峰顶喊的应该是祖国繁荣昌盛。
I remember that once
到那地方说出这样一种话语，
our climbers of the mountain, when they reached the peak of the Mount Qomolangma, they called out, they cried out that I hope that our motherland would grow stronger and there's prosperity and
我到峰顶。
happy life
除了
for
像这
the
种
people.
特定的这种使命的感情之外呢，我觉得还会想给自己的家人
By then, you also wish to make a phone call or have some FaceTime communication with your family members so you can show them live
家里孩子1岁，
image,
爸爸在哪儿？
这个使命感更强。
更强。
especially when you have
换作是我，
a young kid of 1 year old waiting for you at the house.
家里的很多
You really want to show them this live picture of the Mount Qomolangma.
老婆孩子一起在一起看看珠峰上。
So for me,
因为我
I would like to, in advance, get together all the family members in front of the screen, and later I will show you
挺啊，
with this
还要高一些，
对，
那已经能感到那种状态。
video communication, the live images.
真正置身于其中一个峰顶最高峰的那种感受，真的是
Once on a flight, I've already
确实。
experienced that
那么今
beauty
天我们当然登
from the
山
sky,
山
and finally, I hope that someday I could also make it to the peak of the Mount Qomolangma.
像我们到了现场想视频电话，
讲视频电话，人家
And
还有
today,
事儿要
the
干。
mountain climbers, they have much bigger missions on their shoulder. They cannot just cry out on the peak. They have much important missions to complete.
包括他要采集血样，要带
They
回
will
珠峰
take
峰顶
back the
包括他要测
samples
量这个用
of the
雷达
snow on the peak of the Mount
冰雪的
Qomolangma. They will measure the thickness of the snow accumulation. They will do the monitoring of the body status when they arrive at the peak, and from time to time, on a regular basis, they will also take their blood samples. We have to study the reason why some people can make it to the peak and some others cannot. What's the impact of that high altitude on the functioning of our
应
body?
该说，我从来没有去过大本营，但您在那待了四个月的时间。
对，您去待了
You've
4个月
stayed
时
at the
间
base
不但
camp
你这个身体
of the Mount Qomolangma for 4 months.
其实
And when
这
you
个
come
这个
back to
这
the
个过程
city,
这个最痒的过程
what's
这
the
个恢复的过
period
程
for the
确实蛮长的
recovery?
我记得就是
It has
因为我们
taken
很明显的
a
一个状态就是
rather
我们刚去大
long
本营的
period
时
of
候我们还带了一
time
个排球，当时想运
when
动，对，然后而且第一
we
天我们
kicked
居然还颠了
off
颠了
the
排球
journey
然后
to
打
the
了一会
base
儿然后
camp. We
后来就放
even
下了再也不去
carried
跟
with
大
us
家
the
跟聊一样
volleyball.
再也不用动我就直接
On the
带
first day, we even
然后
tried some
回来
sports
的
with
时
the
候呢
volleyball. However,
最痒特别明显，就我
we
们
have
到了拉
abandoned
萨
that
就可以
sport.
跟当地的这个队员去打篮球了，
哦
打了一场篮球赛。
呵，
对，然后完了之后我们
赢了
就
I remember that when I came back from the mountain, I even joined a basketball game with the other teams. It's impossible for you to do any sport up there in the mountains. So please stay tuned. First of all, now I'd like to show you a piece of slow motion footage, and then we'll come back to the studio.
Some latest update for you.
We have anticipated a trip towards the peak of Mount Qomolangma. In the very beginning, we have planned a team of 13 members, and one of the members has the frozen fingers, so the person has been temporarily withdrawn from the mission. But now, according to the latest update, the 13th member would join the team again, and I'd like to pay tribute to that brave personnel. And now you can see the distance between the team members was very huge. They are carrying with them the oxygen supplies and also the equipment for the installation of the automated weather stations. And they are also carrying some other equipment for the radar measurement of the thickness of ice and also the blood sample taking equipment. Normally, the climbers, they will only have 5 kilograms of equipment with them, but now they are doubling that weight. And it's expected that all the team members will get together at the peak around 11 a.m. this morning. And we are using the 8K camera to show us the live picture and the precise location of our climbers. And Mr. Nima Tsiren, the Director General of the Sport of Tibetan Autonomous Region, is now giving orders to the climbers. Just now the temperature for the areas where the climbers reached is around minus 30 degrees Celsius. And now the temperature has gone up for 3 to 4 degrees Celsius to reach minus 27 degrees Celsius. Because we have to make the retreat by 1 p.m. If they can reach an altitude of 8,800 meters by 11 a.m., they have to use 1 hour to set up the weather station, and later on they have to move up to reach the final peak of the Mount Qomolangma to measure the thickness of the ice. Sincerely, we hope that they could stick on to the mission and complete that mission in a very successful way. Now I'm giving you the latest updates at the altitude of 5,200 meters, the base camp of the Mount Qomolangma. Now our commanders, they are communicating with the mountain climbers. Now they are reaching an altitude of 8,700 meters. We're asking for the footage captured at an altitude of around 8,800 meters. Now they are under the third stage. the climbers, they have encountered some problems. The cameraman has reached the third stage of climbing, and biggest headache for the climbers is the loads that they are carrying. It's 10 kilograms per person. We have anticipated the arrival of the team members at an altitude of 8,800 meters by 8 a.m. However, we have to postpone that to 11 a.m. Now they have accelerated their paces. They would like to get together all the 13 members of the climbing team on the third stage of the climbing, and all together they will make a team to the altitude of 8,800 meters. Early this morning, 12 team members have kicked off the journey, and there has been a climber, an extra climber that has problems with his fingers. His fingers have suffered from the problems of the low temperature, and his fingers have been frozen. And now this 13th team member has made it to join the great team of another 12 members. Today is also the International Youth Day. We know that among the 13 climbers, the average age is 30.77 years old. 7 out of them have already the previous experience of climbing up to the peak. And the deputy captain has in the past succeeded for 15 times with the peak arrival of the Mount Qomolangma. If they can make it this time, it will be his personal 16th experience. Though they are encountering a lot of difficulties up there, and we at the base camp, we were waiting in silence for the historical moment. We have a lot of confidence in them. Today, the climbers will complete 3 to 4 missions, tasks. One most important one would be the installation of the automated weather stations at an altitude of 8,800 meters. And the second, on the peak, they will measure with the radar the thickness of the snow, and they will also take the samples of the snow. And finally, they will take their own blood samples. We are looking forward to the footage sent back from the peak area. You've done a great job. We have received that footage, very clear one. Everyone's witnessing and waiting for this moment. And Jiaping, so you will unite all the 13 members at the crest. Yes, we are advancing. Thank you very much. We have this close image of yours. You've done a great job. Such a touching moment. What's the current altitude? That is around 8,730 meters. For the first batch of the team members, they have reached the phase 3. the third stage. He's speaking. He's Zha Ping. Thank you, Zha Ping. We can hear you very clearly, and that's wonderful image. And from the footage, we can see that they are, every one of them, they're carrying a huge bag. And we can also have this image of the surrounding area, the sacred white color of the peak. A lot of viewers must be witnessing this wonderful moment together with me. The footage coming back from an altitude of 8,800 meters. Who's that person in the first place? It's De Qing'e Zhu. Thank you very much for this wonderful image. It's very clear. Thank you for sharing with us that wonderful image. I'd like to say hi to everyone. We can make it to the peak of the Mount Qomolangma in about 1 hour. You are doing a wonderful job. The hand wave from the crest of the world, from the roof of the world. We are really thankful to all the people participating in this peak mission. While jumping, please just save more energy. Continue with your journey. Roger that. Well, that is breathtaking picture. Today we have 13 members here. All of them are professional mountain climbers. If they can reach this spot, then we can say that 99% sure that they can make it to the peak of the mountain. As is mentioned before by Zha Ping, they could reach that altitude of 8,800 meters in about 1 hour. So very soon, we can witness together the arrival moment of our team members. You can also see a lot of mountains covered by snow in the nearby areas. Wonderful job. We can cover all the surrounding areas. It's such an exciting moment for all of us to see they're approaching to the peak of the Mount Qomolangma. This time we have combined the alpine sports, the mountain climbing, with the scientific researches. We've noticed that our team members, they are working so hard to carry all the advanced equipment to the top of the Mount Qomolangma. They have already set a lot of world-class records. In order to save more battery of our camera, we have to make a break here with our live picture from the angle of our climbers. We will give them a big hand to thank them because we have to save the rest of the battery for later. Some pictures shared on the top of the Mount Qomolangma. So we are all very excited to stay with this peak mission, and please stay tuned with all of us. Dear viewers of CCTV News, welcome back. Just now we have followed live images from the base camp and also from the altitude of 8,730 meters, where our climbers now are, and we have also witnessed the video clips played back. It's very rare for us to have this live images from our climbers at such a high altitude, 8,730 meters. In the past, the best we can wish for are the live voices through the speakers. And before that alpine shooting pictures, you can see that the atmosphere was rather heavy in the base camp, the headquarters of the commanders, because the climbers, they were lagging behind the expected timing and calendar. However, finally, we have received the live footages by our cameraman, the alpine cameraman, at such a high altitude, and all of the experts and also the commanders working now at the base camp. They are giving a big hand to the climbers, and people are in their tears, and they are wiping the tears. Such a wonderful and exciting, touching moment. And our commander-in-chief has been repeating the sentence, "You've done a wonderful job, you've done a great job." And also, one of that team member has waved at all of us. This has made us so proud of our nation and of our expedition team. And when he's waving back at us, he's sending us one important message. In about 1 hour, they will summit the Mount Qomolangma. We sincerely hope that they can have a very smooth route towards the peak of Mount Qomolangma. And back to you, Chen Ying. Hello, everyone. Just now together in front of the monitoring screen at the base camp, we've witnessed that wonderful moment. First of all, I'd like to show off, because I have a real Mount Qomolangma behind me. It's not a picture, it's a real one. I have a better background than you have. I was in your place in history several years ago in 2008. Chen Ying, last time you were still working in the studio, but this time we sent you to the front line. You can try to slow down your reports in order to adapt yourself better to this low oxygen environment. Just now when we made the connection, the temperature was still very low, but now we have embraced the most comfortable moment of the day. The wind is not very strong and we have the sunshine. I feel very comfortable in my heavy clothes, and I'd like to show you around. I'd like to make a switch of the lens. Just now we've mentioned that you can experience all the 4 seasons during one day. So now maybe our journalist Chen Ying, she's experiencing the spring season. Now you see that orange color tent. That is where all the experts are in. And also one magic tool. Just now the beautiful images have been brought to you through this 8K camera lens. This is the 1,300 millimeters of the long shot lens. Telephoto lens of these, the images on the left-hand side of your screen has been captured by this camera, the telephoto lens. This 8K camera is the most advanced one that we have. We are 19 kilometers away from the Mount Qomolangma. However, we can have this very close image. The first time ever that we can capture the live images of our mountain climbers on the Mount Qomolangma with such a clarity. Also, one message for you. Today, on our way here, I heard that you live in that tent. You have sacrificed a lot for the guarantee of this operation of mission. And just now, when we were in another tent, noticing the moving little tiny spots on the screen, everyone cried out, saying hooray, because we were so excited about that picture captured by your lens. So what's your feeling now? I'm very honored. I'm very proud of my role in this peak mission. And one small question for you too. Now with my bare eyes, it's very hard to see where the people are, how you can find the focus. You have to tell the difference of maybe 0.1 millimeters. And now you can see inside this red circle some tiny spots. They are taking a rest. Because at such a high altitude, more than 8,730 plus meters, with a very high angle, a very steep slope of the Mount Qomolangma, from time to time, our mount climbers have to take a rest. Sorry to interrupt you, Chen Ying. Some people would like to know whether we can have some gesture showed in front of our telephoto lens. Will that gesture, will that motion disturb the focusing of your image? I'm also curious about the answer of this question. So maybe if I stand in front of the lens, I will not disturb your shooting at all. So if you want to make a gesture, it's better for you to go up there at an altitude of 8,730 meters and more, and you make that gesture. And from this distance, you make the focus very clear with a distance of more than 19 kilometers. Sometimes with some small shakes, you can lose the focus. So how can you make sure that you can have a very stable fixation of the focus despite the long distance between where you are standing and the location of our climbers. We have the structure to hold this camera. It can hold a very high weight of more than 30 kilograms. That's why we can stabilize the image. So this is a supporting structure. And there is also another small switch using which you can try to fixate the direction of our camera or try to turn it around. And we have also used some extra pieces of rocks to further stabilize the whole structure. So how can we make sure our telephoto lens can follow the movement of our climbers? Still, there's room for you to make some moderate adjustment of the direction of this telephoto lens. So maybe taking this opportunity, you can show us the crest, you can show us the peak area of Mount Qomolangma. It's very challenging for you to trace the climbers because we know in advance their routes. So I will just try to search for them along that trajectory. I will make an observation. So our audience, you can also try to spot all those climbers. I've already noticed there. You can also tell there's distance between every two of them. And they are moving forward. Because a few minutes ago, as you have introduced, they were taking a break. One is taking the lead. Some others are following. According to their advancement pace, you have to readjust the angle of your lens from time to time, right? Yes, of course, every 20 minutes I will have to readjust the lens angle. Thank you very much, Chen. In our image broadcasted to everyone, we added another red circle. And now, since the distance between the very first climber and the rest of the team can be rather huge, maybe we cannot cover everyone inside that red circle. Do you have any other extra information to share with us, Chen? Yes, now I'm holding the camera. I'm entering into the camp. All the academicians, experts, commanders, they are also taking a break. To tell the truth, just now we have embraced the live pictures sending back from our Alpine cameraman. We were very excited and we were encouraged. We are waiting to see their final move to summit the Mount Qomolangma. I would like to share with you some anecdotes. Because just now I was in that commander's tent. There are a lot of details that you must have missed. Because I was there, I can feel all the details. First of all, that live image sent back by our climbers of mountains was so beautiful, it's breathtaking. For everyone in that tent, whether you work for the media or not, whether you are just from the commander's team or you are from the logistics team, everyone's taking up they are holding up their camera of the mobile phone in order to capture and memorize the historical moment. And you can also see clearly from the live picture that our mount climbers, they are waving back at us. And they are turning around their camera for us to see the surrounding area and the beautiful scenery. For ordinary people, maybe we don't have a chance in our lifetime to go over there, but with that screen and live pictures sent back by our mount climbers, we can see clearly what's there and the beautiful images of the roof of the world. And we also heard that everyone's giving a big hand to thank all the climbers who's been working very hard in the advancement towards the roof of the world. They are moving up the mountain despite the heavy weight on their shoulders because they are carrying a lot of equipment. Academician Mr. Yao has been holding his camera, holding his phone. At the same time, we have this playback of the image sending back by our climbers. And also with one of the climbers waving back at all of us. And after that transition of image, that transfer of image, is there any change with the base camp? Yes, of course. It seems that everyone's relieved. Because in the very beginning, we noticed that we are lagging behind. We are a little bit late for our anticipated advancement program. Of course, we can understand that due to the weather conditions and due to the heavy weight on their shoulders, they have to slow down. And everyone staying in that commander's tent remains silent. And finally, when we can get the picture back from our climbers, we were so much relieved. How many people do you have in that commander's tent? I don't know the exact number. Days ago, when we were preparing for our studio, we've calculated the experts, academicians. We have 16 squads and 5 teams. All the persons in charge for those teams and squads, they are here. And also, the team members of the previous missions, they are also here for the observation. We have also invited a lot of friends from the media. So today we have the greatest number of people here since the beginning of the mission. So compared to your experience 15 years ago, the situation is different. Conditions have been optimized. Yes, of course, they have more advanced equipment. 15 years ago is the first time for our country to do that integrated scientific research trip in the mountain area. And this time for our climbers, not only do they have to collect the samples of their own blood, the samples of the eyes, and they have to set up that automated weather stations and also to measure the thickness of the ice. And for every team member, they also have their individual tasks. And also for people working at the base camps, they also have their own missions. So today we have united everyone in the commander's tent, but usually on a daily basis, they are working at their own front lines to complete their own work. Any more details to share with us? Maybe I can show you the site. This is a break moment. As is mentioned before, the people, they are relaxed, relatively relaxed. All the 13 climbers, they are moving upwards. So we changed a little bit the number of the climbers. In the very beginning, it was 13, and later on, one person suffered from frozen fingers, so the number is down to 12, and now it's again up to 13 because that 13th person has decided to catch up with the team. So wonderful day with very beautiful weather conditions, and according to the latest updates, maybe around 11 a.m. to 12 a.m., they can reach the altitude of 8,800 meters. And during that period, they will continue to carry out all the missions. So today, they are advancing according to the agenda. During the breakfast time, they have rushed a little bit. We didn't take a lot of time for breakfast, but still you can see everyone's energetic. What did you have for breakfast? I had a very huge steamed bun. So I noticed that you are also in a very good status. And people may be curious about the place you are standing, because you are surrounded by mountains. Why you have this green place? You have the green grassland. Because this time we are also running the experiment to see the high altitude impact on the body conditions of humankind. So does this grassland have a positive impact on your health status? Usually around noon, we will sit down on this grassland. Initially, I would like to do this program sitting on the ground with all the grass. Sometimes when you don't feel very well inside the tent, you can go outside and you sit down on the grassland in the open air. And when we do some simple tasks and also readjustment of our facilities, for example, with the cameras and the other instruments, we can also complete this task in the open air. This is artificial grassland. We would like to cover the surface, the original surface. And with this artificial grassland, it can make the vibes better, can give us good mood. Because we know that you are running an experiment for the monitoring of body conditions in this high altitude environment. We have the media room, and just by its side, it's the medical room. Every day they will collect the physiological parameters, all the data about the blood and also the other body conditions. Every day we have the medical persons working inside. Some of the colleagues of ours have become volunteers to assist this program of monitoring. So I will give you the last 3 minutes so you can sit down on this grassland, very beautiful grassland, to give us the live streaming program. So take your time to sit down. Just now, Chen has mentioned that one of the 13 team members have suffered from the frozen fingers. And finally, this 13th team member has decided to catch up with the majority of the team members. We heard the news very early in the morning. When that team member had the frozen arm and frozen fingers, it was very early in the morning, right upon our arrival at the base camp. When I heard the news, I became a little bit nervous, because in the very beginning, it was 14 members anticipated to do this job. And when I arrived here, I heard about the problem, the health problem, about the fingers and arms of the 13th team member. So I became a little bit nervous. Then I entered into the tent of the commanders with the other academicians and also the experts. I don't know whether you have noticed that on the screen of monitoring, there is an indicator of the average temperature. At an altitude of 8,000 meters, I noticed that the average temperature is only minus 30 degrees Celsius. I was so nervous about the reading of these indicators. I know that without any doubt, this can impose a threat to their completion of mission. Sorry to interrupt. So for that news of the return of the 13th team member, when you heard about that, during the communication between the commander and also the team members, we have confirmed that news. I believe that this news has also relieved everyone. And now, Chen, you are sitting on the artificial grassland. You've done a good job. There's another colleague, Le Tian, sticking something on the face. I don't use the thing because I believe that if you cover just part of your face, then the rest of it will be darker with the sunshine. You're doing okay with your face. You still look very nice. I believe that swelling effect is not working with you. So by the end of this round of connection, do you have any other information to share with us? I think that's all. Thank you too. Altogether, we will witness the success of this mission, this peak mission. Very soon, I'm about to go back into the commander's tent to continue with my job. Altogether, we will send all our best wishes to the climbers of the peak mission. We hope that they could make it to the peak I'll take a picture of yours because you have the sun in the background. So a lot of love from the base camp of the Mount Qomolangma. Just now in our communication with Chen, we heard a lot about the anecdotes and the stories. So we have prepared something here. You can have a guess. What are these?
小组后方的指挥人员，也是西藏登山向导学校校长，还有我们刚才提到2020年珠峰测量登山队的副队长次仁桑珠。连线桑珠队长，队长你好。 好，我们请我们的导播调整一下声音哈，看看把队长的声音调整过来。好，有了，队长辛苦您，再给我们打个招呼。
队长你好。
你好，主持人。
哈哈，
大家好。
听到了，很清楚。您现在是在我们大本营的这个基地帐篷里吗？
是的，是的，就在珠峰大本营海拔5200米的这个指挥站里面。
因为刚才我们跟着我们前方记者看了看这个帐篷外面的情况，现在帐篷里怎么样？大家的状态怎么样？
状态都很好，今天状态都特别的好，大家。
因为今天一度感觉前方的气氛稍微有点这个凝重哈，因为我们登顶的过程稍微比计划要慢一点。后来看到了前方的这个高山摄像的画面，可能气氛有一个变化。您感受到的这个整个过程，能不能跟我们回述一下？
主持人是这样的，今天早上咱们的这个科考队员13名队员是从海拔8300米的突击营地出发，是凌晨3点出发的。但是呢，为什么他们的这个今天的这个速度比我们预计的要慢呢？是因为第一，最重要的一个就是前几天这个雪下的比较大，所以把这个所有的路线绳都埋在这个绳子下面，那个雪下面，所以他们边往上攀登，同时边把这个绳子从那个雪中拽出来，对，所以他们就特别费力啊，特别的费力，所以就这个速度就比预计晚了一点。
这个拽绳的动作别小看它，在那个海拔是很费劲儿的哈。
对，还有他们这个身上的装备是不是也不一样？
负重也不一样，
对，
带着我们这个移动的
负重也不一样。
很多网友在问
这
个，对，您说，
那今天大家的这个负重也是比较的重，比这个往年的这种登山的时候还要重一些。除了他们这个对吧，他们都要背着这个可考的这些仪器，除了仪器以外，还有氧气啊，还有吃的喝的啊，都加起来每个人应该到12到15公斤左右。所以在海拔8000米以上，这个背这么重的话，还是挺重的。
冲顶的这个过程带的吃的是什
么？能量，更多的是一些补充能量的一些东西。
大概什么时间大家会补充一点能量，吃点东西？
应该现在正在吃。我看他们现在在这个。
对，其实我们从旁边这个画面能看到他们比较集中，有可能正在吃，确实是这样子。
对对对，他们现在又那个地方是一个换氧气的处，也是一个补给处，就是对吧？大家喝一些东西，吃一点东西，然后补给一下，补充一下能量，然后这个最后100米要冲刺了。
您是这个珠峰的资深攀登者了哈，这个时候大家在一起补给吃点东西的时候，会聊聊天吗？会聊点什么？
这个我想他们上面应该聊的全是看怎么架设，怎么上去分工，怎么架设。我想他们脑海里面更多的是这些东西，工作的东西啊。
您刚才看到这个高山摄像传回来画面的时候是什么状态？第一下出来的时候，
非常的兴奋，跟所有人一样，非常的激动，因为确实是今天早上凌晨3点出发，到刚刚那个9点多。这个6个多小时的这个艰苦这个之后，然后之前也是一直只是这个对讲机里面这个了解，但也不是特别对吧？不是那种，但是现场看到这个画面以后，又很亲切又很激动。
看到我们队员的精神状态，
对，
整体还是挺好的。
对，队长是曾经是登顶，对吧？然后完了之后，这次呢是在后方，就跟我们说，以前虽然打过比赛，但是在场下看比赛的时候，心情又会不一样。今天是一个什么样的一个状态和心情呢？
又激动又紧张，这个跟这个自己攀登和待在这个大本营指挥这是两种心情。那当然待在大本营这种紧张的心情会更多一些，因为这个未知的东西太多了啊。
那您看到通过今天的这个观测，您觉得还面临一些什么样的挑战和不确定性，或者说大家要克服的一些困难呢？
对。
现在是这样，现在他们是到了海拔8750米，那虽然是最后100米，但是这个最后100米是这个对吧？这个世界屋级的，这个8800米的最后100米，所以就他们的每一步都是非常的艰难。虽然是他们已经把3个难点， 第一台阶、第二台阶、第三台阶3个难点都已经过完了，但是后面还有有一个8800的这个下面的一个横切，这也是一个暴露感特别的强，然后也是一个有一定的一个攀登难度的一个，但是我相信我们的科考的13名队员是没问题的。
您刚刚说这个暴露感是吗？这是一个什么概念？
对，就是暴露感特别的强，在你最后到8800那个横切的时候，你再往下看的话，就是你会看到这个中绒布冰川，万丈深渊的这个中绒布冰川，所以就它的暴露感会特别强，所以就会给攀登者会造成一些心理的一些这样的一些压力吧。
这个暴露是指高度的暴露哈，能够明确的感受到这个高度。明白。
对。
我们接下来其实还有一个重要的科考任务，在登顶中间要完成，在8800的地方
要架设气象站。
对，移动气象站。很多网友在问，为什么不在顶上架设，要在中间架设？也请我们队长给我们做一个简单的科普。
8800那个地方呢，就是呢，就是这个咱们的这个气象站需要架设的地方需要有掩体，而且不能是完全是冰雪上面架，需要有掩体。那个8800那个地方呢，刚好是一个岩壁边上，所以架在那，它刚好又有一个平台，也比较平，所以那个地方架起来的话是比较适合，因为我们也是一直在跟这个中科院的科学家们一直在研究探讨，看架在哪里，最后我们选择8800是最适合的一个位置。
而且是个，
因为主要是还是靠掩体。
而且很好奇的是，队长，就是这个气象站架上去之后，它上面的天气瞬息万变，
风那么大，雪
对，风那么大，雪那么多，然后它能够保持正常工作吗？就是我们很好奇。
应该可以。我们是之前已经架了3个气象站，分别在7028、7790、8300米。然后7790和8300米是我们是4月20号加上去的，所以到现在今天4号已经14天过去了，这个上面的气象站是正常工作的。
好，接下来我们的队员在休整以后还要接着往上攀。对于我们这个指挥部，接下来最关注的节点是哪几个？
就是还是顶峰吧，还是顶峰。那个8800的气象站和这个8848上面的这些其他仪器的测试
我们在顶峰上面有几项科考任务，那大概这几项任务要完成的话，至少要驻留的时间能达到多长才有可能完成？
我想，上次的2次的经验的话，最少1个小时以上到2个小时之间吧。
所以我们的时间窗口其实还是比较窄的，时间还是挺紧张的，是吗？
对，是的。然后这个要最取决于看这个上面的天气，然后看我们的这些科考队员们的这个身体状态。
我们在8800要完成的这个工作是怎么分配的？有多少队员要留下，多少队员接着攀登？这个有没有一个明确的计划或者调整？现在？
有。其实我们是上面是3个这个不同的一些测试，然后也分了3个组。
有第一组是在8800要完成这个
气象站的架设。
对，最重要也是这个8800的气象站
他们完成这个搭设以后，还会不会接着登顶呢？
肯定会过去。这个气象站
会过去，都到了这一步了。
对。
有一个，
因为他们第一个，
队长就是有一个这个跟这个登顶相关的，就是我们看到这个珠峰此时这个上面这个云呀很少，他们都说看奇云能够了解天气。那此时此刻看到这样的这个珠峰的话，那个上面应该是一个什么样的一个天气呢？大概现在的云很少。
其实现在我在这个咱们基地里面看不到外面，现在这个基地里面的话，对，但是我看今天早上的这个天气预报来看的话，是今天这个上午顶峰的这个风速应该达到每秒10米左右，所以这个有点风，但是还是能接受。
对，现在我们通过我们的这个长焦镜头看到的这个实时画面，这个珠峰峰顶是有这个奇云的。
对，有点高空风，有点开始起风了，有点高空风了
这个吹出来的是风吹出来的雪还是云？云层
雪，那个吹起来的是雪，顶峰那些是吹出来的是雪，所以就还是有点风 风还是挺大的上面啊。
因为在这个顶峰去做这个科考的操作，其实会对我们登山队员带来一些挑战。我刚才听介绍是提前做了培训，去掌握这个气象站的架设，包括测雪的厚度等等。这些工作对于我们登山队员来说带来的挑战有多大？
肯定非常大。其实我们的科考队员们这已经经过近2年的这个培训然后2年的培训之后，这一次也是登顶前，也是在这个珠峰地区也是实践，然后也做了一些预演
您带出过非常多的这个登山队员，
对，
几百名了哈。当时做这个培训的时候，知道我们登山队员以后要承担各种各样不同的任务吗？除了登山，还要做很多的具体工作。
其实我们这个培养这些登山队员的时候，其实培养的高山向导。那培养高山向导的时候，它是一个培养一个综合的一个这样的一个能力。除了真正的对吧体能、技术这些之外，它应该还要具备更多的包括今天早上画面传回来的丹增九妹，也是我们的高山向导，也是这次咱们央视的这个特约的这个高山摄像，所以就他们我们要学的东西都比较多
复合型人才。
您在08年的时候就是做了我们火炬的这个珠峰顶传递的高山摄像，相当于是吧？
对，是的。
那次
我们应该对我们在大本营的时候见证过这个咱们队长的各种荣光。
我们队长排队打饭的时候，进前就看过。
对。
回想那次印象最深的是什么呀，队长？
哇，那一次印象特别深刻。那一次就是北京奥运火炬在珠峰顶上传递，第一次珠峰顶上传递，特别的有意义有价值。又是我第一次。
Torch on top of the Mount Qomolangma. I was there for the first time of my life, and I was there as the cameraman of CMG. That was an unforgettable experience. And that is also a story of great significance. When you were there shooting on the top of the mountain, what were you thinking? What was on your mind? This morning, we have experienced a very low temperature. Once we reached the peak, I know that the temperature would be much higher. And when we were climbing, there's some problem with the equipment. And we had difficulty sending back the footage. We don't know where the problem was. It's very difficult and hard for us to make the connection. And very soon by then, we were waiting for the people carrying that torch. That was an urgent moment. I have decided to take off my gloves. Actually, that was a taboo behavior on that area at a very high altitude. Because with the temperature, there's the high risk of freezing with your fingers and your arms. But I didn't have so much time to think about the possible risks and damages to my body. I've decided to take off my gloves and use my own fingers to figure out what the problem was. In the end, luckily I've made it. We were 2 in a team in a pair. At this critical moment, we were on the top, we were at the highest level, and we believe that with the sacred flames, it's the closest distance from the top of the mountain and the heaven. And from our image now, from the live footage, you can see that our climbers, they are continuing with their journey. They are reaching an altitude of about 8,750 meters. We can see in our red circle we have 6 members, and there are some others left behind. I believe there's a division of the duty. For the 6 persons ahead, they are in charge of the installation of that automated weather stations at an altitude of 8,800 meters. As is mentioned before, every 100 meters, these climbers have to make a break, have to stop for a while in order to take their own blood samples. Talking about the 2008 Beijing Olympic Games, when we sent the Olympic flames, the torch to the Mount Qomolangma area, we have a lot of workers, including our friends from the media like you. By then, do you have the time or opportunity to admire the scenery for yourselves? Of course not. Because by then, we only have one thing in our mind. We have focused 100% of our energy and attention into our work, into our job. That is to stand back that precious image of relay of Olympic torch on the peak of Mount Qomolangma. So the first experience of yours with the Mount Qomolangma has been correlated with that historical moment and historical event of Beijing organizing the 2008 Olympic Games. The most exciting moment, of course, is with the first person to light up the flames. And today, a lot of the participants in the team, they are friends of yours or even students of yours. What's your feeling? I believe that today it's a historical moment of glory for all of them. They are shouldering such great responsibilities. Once complete all those obligations and also the duties, I believe they will also feel very proud of themselves. It's a mission of high significance because they are not only there for a pure climbing activity, but also for the scientific research trip. This time in a team, we have all disciplines combined. And some of the climbers, they have developed interest about the scientific subjects, the scientific disciplines. They would like to devote the rest of their life into this course. Since the 1980s, we have started the scientific research expedition trip, and this time we are doing this trip at an ultra-high altitude. What kind of requirements you have to meet before joining the programs of your school? Do you have any requirements for the audition? Actually, we don't take the people from other areas. We only take the people living in this region. What about him? They will only take native residents as students from 4 cities and prefectures. Thank you very much, Captain. I hope that everything will be going smoothly for your side. Thank you very much. So before starting our next round of connection, we'd like to give you the answer to these secret objects. This is the fossil from the Tibetan area. This is a gift given by the local people. This is called the Ammonite, dating back to hundreds of millions of years. Because where we have the mountains today could be oceans hundreds of years ago. So those ammonites, they are the fossil shells of extinct mollusks hundreds of millions of years ago. So in our integrated scientific research program, we have incorporated a lot of researchers of different disciplines. We can look at the smaller piece of fossil. After bringing them back, we have communicated with the experts of the fossil studies. They are relatively complete because if you want to take those buried fossils out from the earth, sometimes you can break them because they could be very fragile after so many years of forces by wind and other natural elements. One of the important results of this time's expedition trip is the discovery of a piece of fossil of the herbs. And just now we have communicated with the captain. I really would like to know whether the term mountain has changed its meaning for him, because he has climbed the mountain for so many years. What is your interpretation of the mountain? How would you explain that word? The mountain is always there. It's all the decoration, the decorative elements. For example, the snow, the wind, the rainfall that will change the look of the mountain. For example, when there's the heavy snowfall, then you can see the Mount Qomolangma decorated by the white snow. And when the weather is good, you can see the mountain in the sunshine. And sometimes you can also see the clouds hang around the crest of the mountain. Every day at different moments when you look at the mountain, you will see different kinds of sceneries. For outsiders, we will just admire the scenery, but for the experts, they can tell the difference of the clouds surrounding the crest of the mountains, and they can retrieve important information from the status of the clouds and the other natural elements in the mountain area. And judging by the cloud condition, you can decide what is the window period for the climbers to go up the mountains. For example, whether the wind is strong and whether there will be a possibility of the snowfall. I have kept a lot of precious photos in my computer, and I didn't share it all with you. As is mentioned before, the mountain is there, standing still. It's all the decorative elements that are changing. And today, one of the decorative moving elements is our team of climbers. And some moments ago, we have communicated with Mr. Xia. He said that I was accepted and received by the Mount Qomolangma. We are studying through this peak mission the water tower of the Mount Qomolangma. The result will help us to better follow the rules of the nature. We don't want to change the nature. We would like to have better knowledge about the nature so we can have a better use of it. And some people are asking the question why we have to repeatedly mount up the crest. Because we would like to know the impact of climate change at different altitudes. For example, the accumulation of the snow and ice, we have to know the differences. The climate change's impact on the sea level, on the accumulation of ice on the glaciers, the three polar area, the South Pole and the North Pole, as well as the Mount Qomolangma. In summer, especially for the third pole of the world in the Mount Qomolangma, you can see more significant and more obvious melting of the ice. And back to that mobile weather station, how can we make sure that there is continuous operation of the weather stations? We know that it has a huge importance. It can give us the parameters about the nature, the wind speed, the accumulation of the snow, as well as the humidity, the temperature, etc. It can also give us the three-dimensional monitoring network. How we can set up such a weather station? We have already prepared a video clip, installation of another weather station at a lower altitude, 8,300 meters. Previously, we have already set up 7 automated weather stations at different levels of altitudes. And now we'd like to complete the last piece of the puzzle. That is what we will install today at an altitude of 8,800 meters. We already have 7 of them previously built, and now we are adding up another at the highest level. So for the north face, for the northern slope of the Mount Qomolangma, we can have this more complete system of monitoring of the weather stations. Now let's together watch this video clip about installation of weather stations at 8,300 meters. So just now we follow this video clip. Until now, this one remains the highest altitude of weather stations, and very soon this record would be broken because we're about to install an even higher one at an altitude of 8,800 meters. So the first time when you visit the Mount Qomolangma, what's your feeling? That was breathtaking. Even without visiting the base camp at 5,200 meters, right from a lower, even lower altitude at the temple, you can already observe the beauty of the peak of the Mount Qomolangma. The first day upon our arrival, we have had the chance to observe that beauty. And it depends. For some people, you stayed there for 3 to 4 days, and you didn't have the chance to even have a glance at the peak of Mount Qomolangma due to the weather conditions, heavy snow, heavy wind, etc. And if you move around, maybe when you climb up for 50 meters, you can capture some more beautiful scenery. So today, it may be a little bit difficult for our ordinary people to all go to the area and visit this place. But in the future, maybe you can have the chance. So if you do have the chance, how can you prepare yourself? You have to take it slowly, gradually, give your time to adapt to this environment, to the high altitude environment. And you have to avoid the intensive sports. Always apply the practice of slow motion, and you have to keep your body warm. For example, the quilt protective boots, the heavy clothes, and you have to put on as many clothes as you could. During the night, the temperature could fall down to minus 20 or 30. The tent will always let the wind in, and you can even hear the whirling wind. Yesterday, I checked out some old photos. One photo has been taken when I was still in a sleeping bag with a swelling face. Because we don't have the condition to cut our hair, you can see very long hair of mine in the photo. But that was a wonderful moment, unforgettable moment. To charge your mobile phone, we have to use the power generator to generate the electricity. And there is also another thing with the drinking water. This time, they are taking the melting water of the ice, the source water. They are very clean. What about bath taking? We don't have that luxury. Every few days you can wash your face, and sometimes you can have the luxury to warm your feet in the hot water. And in the base camp at higher altitudes, the conditions are even worse. For example, at the base, at one of the camps at an altitude of 8,300 meters, they can only have the boiled oat in water as breakfast, very simple one, because all resources are very precious at that high altitude. You cannot ask for more. And our guest today in the studio has shared with us a lot of personal experience. And talking about the source water as the major water supply, people are showing more concerns about the changes of environment, and especially for the treatment of the garbages. Today, all the visitors, for example, the climbers, they will take their garbages away with them when they leave the place. People have higher awareness about environmental protection. For all the used waste, they will just take it away. They will not leave it there. You know that for the plastic bags and the other modern materials, they cannot be digested by the nature. And now we are waiting for that final wonderful moment of our climbers reaching the peak of Mount Qomolangma.
有很奇妙的关系。对，像20年我在演播室我都觉得好像有关系似的。
Once you have already visited the base camp of the Mount Qomolangma, or you have even tried to reach the peak of the Mount Qomolangma, you feel that place is connected to your life forever. Later on, when there's another new delegation to visit the place, you feel that it's closely correlated to your life. And for this current mission, they are better equipped with more advanced equipment, instruments, supplies. And we have greatly optimized the conditions. Now you're watching earlier footages, the playback of earlier footages. Earlier light footages sent back by our climbers.
这一瞬间特别令人感动。这个海拔高度是多少？
它现在这个是第二台阶的上面，差不多在8730米左右。
This picture has been sent back from the altitude of 8,700 meters. They are still at the second step. Again, dear viewers, you're watching the playback of earlier footages sent back by our climbers. And now you're watching real-time footages collected by our Alpine cameraman.
很好，哎。好，我们现在看到的是8780米的横切画面。
Now, dear viewers, you are watching the images sent back by our cameraman from an altitude of 8,780 meters. That is a very precious image because they are experiencing a very challenging and difficult section of climbing.
非常好，这是一个横切画面，这是一个历史性的时刻。
A historical moment.
好的，现在我们请导播把画面切到现在的珠峰8780米的横切路线，那么距离8800米只剩下。
Now you're watching the horizontal cutting picture sent back from the altitude of 8,780 meters. So they're just 20 meters away from the 8,800 meters, the peak of the Mount Qomolangma. From the picture, you can see that every climber is carrying heavy luggage on their shoulders. And in their bag, you can find oxygen supply and, more importantly, the instrument for the later carrying out of the mission. We're also waiting for the orders of our commander. And from this lens, from this angle, you can see the whole mountain area. Over there, you can see the eastern and western Rongbuk glaciers. 10 minutes ago, 5 climbers have already reached the altitude of 8,800 meters, but they will not advance. They have to wait for the rest of the team to unite with them. So how many of you have already reached the altitude of 8,800 meters? Please repeat your answer. We have 6 reaching this altitude. So you are traveling through a very dangerous section. Please look out and mind your step. In order to save the battery for the final moment, We will first of all show you the playback of the previous footages. Over there you can see in the middle, it looks like there is a small house there. That is the altitude of 8,800 meters. 2 climbers are still on the way. And you can see different distance between every 2 climbers. 6 climbers have already reached the height of 8,800 meters. For those first arrivals, they will readjust their body to the environment, the new height, while waiting for the others to come and join them. Now we are looking at the playback of earlier footages just a few minutes ago sent back by our cameraman. In average, every person's carrying 10 kilograms of equipment and supplies. Starting by the 9th or 10th of March, they have already started the training for that installation of an automated weather stations. In total, we set up 8 automated weather stations on this slope of the mountain. Previously, 7 weather stations at lower altitudes, and finally today we're about to make the final one of the 8 automated weather stations. This section is the most dangerous section along their path. They have to showcase their courage. Because the slope is very steep, and towards a certain point you can even see the ground right down thousands of meters away. It's like a horizontal cutting section of the mountain. If you can overcome that obstacle, you can go through that point, then you have already embraced the peak of the Mount Qomolangma. For Jiaping, one of the captains, it's the 16th time for him to participate in the visit to the peak of the Mount Qomolangma. He said this is a mission given by the nation to him. So he's practicing this mission to honor his nation, to honor his motherland. We can also feel the historical significance. And today we also celebrate the 5th anniversary of the letters of congratulations given by President Xi to the 2nd scientific research mission in the Tibetan area. This time for the peak mission, we have in total more than 270 personnel involved. They are divided into 5 teams and more specifically 16 squads. When we look back at the roads they have traveled, we can also recall the difficult moments we have experienced ourselves in Tibetan Autonomous Region or in other places of the country, in the desert or in the mountain areas. We have continued with all the research activities. At this current moment, we are witnessing the creation of new world records. As you can see, our climber is making a short break here. That walk could be very challenging, but still he has made to wave back at us. Our climbers have taken with them the instruments to set up the automated weather station as well as the radar to test the thickness of the ice and snow, as well as the other facilities to take the samples of their own blood and also the samples of the snow. Since we have already 6 people arriving at the altitude of 8,800 meters, we have to wait for another 20 minutes for the whole team to get united at the new altitude. Dear viewers, welcome back. Again, we will talk to Mr. Xia, senior expert on the climate. Good morning again, Mr. Xia. Good morning. Have you followed our live pictures? Of course. That is breathtaking. We don't have so many opportunities to see the live pictures captured during their advancement. at such a high altitude, more than 8,700 meters. What's your feeling? I'm also very excited. That picture was touching and moving. I've started my journey there on the southern slope of the mountain Qomolangma. And this time they've chosen to climb up to the peak from the northern slope. That's a big challenge to the determination and to the body status of our climbers. So it's no easy job for them to do this. And now we are doing the playback of the previous live pictures collected on this horizontally cutting section. The last section before the final arrival at the peak area. I have traveled through the second step, and we have been carrying a ladder. In a place where even the birds cannot fly through. Dating back to 1960s, they have used the ladder of a human body to go through that area. So we have carried our own ladders. However, at an altitude of 8,600 meters, we have been blocked in our way for 2 days and 3 nights, and finally we have been obliged to abandon our journey ahead. We have to retreat. That is a big pity for myself. I didn't make it up there to this horizontal cutting section when I was trying for myself the northern slope. However, I can imagine how difficult that could be. It's the first time for me to see the live pictures of this area. And I know that you are using the prosthesis to climb the mountains. Because I cannot feel the prosthesis. So even with a little bit shaking of the prosthesis, that would be a huge challenge to myself. Why it is so difficult to climb through this horizontal cutting section? Because it's very steep. If you miss just one small step, you can fall down to the foot of the mountain. If I were there myself, then it would definitely be a very huge challenge. And I've noticed that all the climbers, they are attached to the string, to the rope. How big is the function of the rope? It's like a security belt. You tie yourself to this rope. If something happens, if you miss one step, then you're still tied to the protection rope. And I've also noticed on the surface of their path, it's a mixture of rock and ice. If there's the rock beneath, then with your specialized shoes, you cannot go into depth. You don't have the time to change the shoes, and in another point of view, you cannot change the shoes because still there's the heavy accumulation of the snow. And back to the rope, it can play a certain role to protect the climbers. However, they are very soft ropes. If there is an accident of slippery or falling, it can help to hold you. I don't know, Mr. Xia, if you have already noticed that weight carried by every one of the climbers 10 kilograms per person. Yes, that is a very heavy weight. In my own personal experience, I carried only 5 kilo materials with me. When you look at the pictures, will you change the angles of view, imagining yourself there, and thinking, if you were there, what would you do? First of all, I will focus on my steps. I will try to put my feet on the ice instead of on the rocks. And I also try my best to avoid any possible slippery. You're also wearing the crampons, right? Yes. However, if you put the crampons on the surface of rock, inevitably there would be the risk of the slippery. If you put the crampons on the ice, then you are much safer. I know that Mr. Xia, you have first of all tried the northern slope, and later on you abandoned the northern slope and turned to the southern slope. And you have also tried several times the southern slope, and finally you made it. What's the difference between the two slopes? For the northern slopes, it's longer distance. And you have more distances of great difficulty with the mixture of rocks and also the glaciers, or the rocks and the ice and snow. For example, if you climb up through the northern slope, you have the second step, which could be very difficult to overcome. And while for the southern slope of the Qomolangma mountain, it could also be very difficult. When did you get up this morning? Every day I get up before 5 because I have to practice. I have to do some sports. Yes. Because you have mentioned before you have so many future plans, so how will you prepare yourselves? Starting by 5 a.m., I will do some exercises to train my body to gain more strength. For example, the push-ups and also the sit-ups. And also to train the muscles. Later on, I will also do some biking. Every day, I will spend like 5 to 6 hours doing exercises. So from the picture, from this live picture of yours, I can already tell that you have gained a lot of muscles. So when you visit the Xiangshan mountain near Beijing, compared to the Mount Qomolangma, it's no longer a very tall mountain, right? But still, it can give you a lot of volume of workout. Apart from the trajectory you have used, and also this time the trajectory of our climbers, do we have other possible trajectories? Yes, people are also trying out new routes. They would like to start from scratch. They would like to create their own paths. A new path where no one has tried ever before. Thank you very much for you, Mr. Xia. Thank you for staying with us. Thank you too. So will you follow the good example of Mr. Xia and do more workouts every day? Even though I cannot, use like 5 to 6 hours per day to do the workout, but still I can try my best. And in order to get admitted into the climbing school, maybe you have to try the volume of exercise of Mr. Xia.
得现在这个画面稍微有点因为中午这个气浪比较大哈，我们看见在这个中间有一些小黑点儿，那么这些小黑点儿呢，就是我们的科考登顶队员。他们现在正在做什么呢？是因为原先预定。
So for our climbers now,
就是气象站的这种气象站的位置呢，可能有一些阻挡。
previously we have anticipated the installation of an automated weather stations at an altitude of 8,800 meters. However, when the 6 first climbers reached the place, they noticed that there has been some blocking conditions with the altitude of 8,800 meters. Finally, they have decided to elaborate the possibility of building that automated weather stations at a little bit higher altitude, 8,830 meters. So we have to verify the conditions and confirm the exact place for the installation of our weather stations. And you can see the real-time pictures shared by our cameraman there, and all the experts now in the commander's tent, they are holding up their mobile phone to memorize this moment. And our climbers over there, they are looking for a new site for the installation of the weather stations. As I can tell now, they are taking out the equipment. So this place is already very close to the peak, to the crest of the Mount Qomolangma. But still, even for that short distance, it will take half an hour of more. Now our climbers, they are preparing for the assembling of the equipment. First of all, they will set up the structure and all the sensors attached to the structure. And finally, after the readjustment, they will fixate all the structure. How heavy is the equipment? In total, the installation would measure 50 kilograms. That's why we have to separate the weight to everyone. The temperature is very low there and altitude is very high. All those climbers there, in the footage now, they are doing the job. They have already been trained for multiple times. However, they are progressing very slowly because of, first of all, the low temperature, and secondly, the high altitude. And after the installation, how much time do we have to wait in order to have the first batch of data? First of all, after the fixation of the structure, we will test out and we will receive the first group of data. If we can receive the data, it means that the whole installation process is a success. Thank you very much, Mr. Zhao, the researcher. He has contributed a lot to the successful installation of all the previous 7 weather stations on the northern slope of the Mount Qomolangma, and this time he's also being engaged in the installation of the 8th one. And as we can tell from the picture, all those climbers, they are working. Some have even taken off the gloves. Is that okay for our climber to take off the gloves? It's okay because the temperature is up a little bit. Now it's about -20 plus. Thank you very much for this wonderful picture. And what about this equipment? Is it for the detection of the humidity? And for our dear climbers, please pay attention to the battery condition of your camera. Please save enough battery for the final moment at the very peak of the Mount Qomolangma. Over there, that white color box is the collector of the data. Now they are working out at an altitude of 8,830 meters, and the wind speed is about 10 meters per second, and the altitude and also the temperature at this altitude is -20. At critical moment, they have to take off their gloves, right? To connect the wires with the equipment, sometimes they have to take off their gloves. Weather conditions are really good. That wind speed is quite limited considering the whole environment. Why are they still advancing ahead? So they have to drill down in that location. First of all, we have to find a base rock, and then we have to drill down, create a hole, and later on we use a bolt of 10 centimeters. Around 28th and 29th of April this year, in order to set up weather stations at different altitudes, some of the climbers have reached previously at an altitude of 7,028 meters, and now they are repeating this work at an altitude of 8,830 meters, and automated weather stations at the highest altitude in the world. How many members do we have now on the site? And they are now stretching the structure, the tripod, for the weather station. Now our climbers, they are setting up the structure for the automated weather stations at an altitude of 8,830 meters. That is a historical moment, also a new world record. These climbers have been trained again and again in order to acquire the expertise to set up a weather station at an ultra-high altitude. It will take some time. Until now, they've spent like 7 to 8 minutes in the installation of the weather station, and we will keep you updated about the latest developments. Well, latest updates for you all. At altitudes of 8,830 meters, our climbers have been united here. They are setting up the automated weather stations at the highest altitudes in the world. From the picture, you can see that the weather conditions are very good. Very good. It's only 10 meters per second, and the local temperature is minus 20 plus degrees Celsius. And all our climbers, they are working very hard to install an automated weather stations. And previously, some of the climbers, they have decided to lie down on the snow in order to have a short break. Previously, we have anticipated the installation site for that weather station at 8,800 meters, and now they are doing this job 30 meters higher in altitude, and some others, they are moving towards the peak of the Mount Qomolangma, because on the peak area, the climbers will use the radar to measure the thickness of the ice and snow. We also have the commanders here in the tent. Until now, we have been 3 hours in delay for the mission, but everything's doing fine. And again, why do we have to set up several weather conditions in this area? We have previously already set up 7 automated weather stations, for example, at the altitude of 8,300 meters, 7,790 meters, 7,028 meters, etc. We have, by one side, by the right-hand side of our screen, the live pictures taken from the camp at altitude of 6,500 meters. And today, apart from the installation of these automated weather stations, the climbers, they will also carry out other missions like the measurement of the thickness of ice, sample taking from the local snow, and also to do their blood sampling. viewers, our report and coverage on the peak mission continues. Now we come to a critical moment. What we are watching now is the footage collected by our Alpine cameraman sent back from the altitude of 8,830 meters. We are setting up the equipment to know the direction of the wind and also the speed of the wind. To complete this part, we will take 20 more minutes. And later on, we also have to test it out to see whether the indicators for wind speed and wind direction is functioning well. Again, we are installing an automated weather station of an altitude of 8,830 meters. And we're also talking about the naming of this automated weather station. Will we call it the cloud and weather station, or will we just put the name of the mission into this weather station to call it the peak weather station? Very far in the distance, we can also see other glaciers. And judging by the movement of the clouds surrounding this area, the wind flow is not very heavy, so it's less than 10 meters per second. I personally estimate the wind speed currently at 7 to 8 meters per second. What about the power supply? I've noticed that there is a solar panel. We have several panels, the photovoltaic panels, to turn the solar power into the electricity, and later on the electricity will be stored into the battery, and the battery will power up all the equipments. We are also very thankful for the great job accomplished by our Alpine cameraman from the CMG. We have actually prepared a backup set of battery and mobile phone to guarantee this image. And as I can tell, that indicator of the wind starts to move. And that indicator is not turning very rapidly, showing that the wind is blowing very gently now at such a height. Please be careful and go into details about the operation and installation. And we know that it's already lunchtime. Our climbers, they are working very hard. They still didn't have time for lunch. De Jing'e is the captain. Earlier, at the age of 18, he has already summited the Mount Qomolangma. This time, without any doubt and hesitation, has decided to join this national mission. He's a young guy from the local village, just by the foot of the mountain. In total, this time we have 13 climbers. They are all trained by the Climber School of Tibetan Autonomous Region. They have already graduated from the climate school. Later on, they have also studied in the University of Geology of China. So this time, our mission, the peak mission, is a combination of alpine sports and scientific research trip. In the past, to climb the Mount Qomolangma. In the very beginning, we used the word conquer, but later on we changed the terminology. We changed the word we use. We say that we would like to get closer to nature because our mindset has changed a lot. And for ordinary people living in the Tibetan Autonomous Region, they can obviously feel the impact of the climate change. So today we have to further our studies to know whether there's a possible risk of the melting snow from the Mount Qomolangma. With the collection of all the data, at least we can study the possibility of the ice melting. And if the ice melts here, we all know what would be the disastrous consequences. So this time we are carrying this comprehensive study trip. For the two devices in white color, we will use them to study the radiation of the sunshine and also the reflection of the sunlight from the surface from the snow. And also we are setting up the lightning rods and continue with the connection of the wires. When could we receive the transmission of the data? When we turn on the power, in about 12 minutes we can receive the first group of data. Are we ready to move towards the peak? Actually, we have divided the big team into two parts. One part is staying here installing the automated weather station. Another part, they have already continued with their climbing upwards. And we will keep you updated because for the installation, part of the automated weather stations, we have to take some more time. We hope you would stay with us to admire and witness that marvelous moment.
关注你，尤其我们大本营的各位专家、院士都在关注。好。
The whole nation is now watching you guys. And for the first batch of the climbers, they have already summited Mount Qomolangma. What was the time? 10 minutes ago. About 10 minutes ago. So that's around 22 minutes past 12. So by 12:22, the first group of our climbers have already reached that height of 8,848.86 meters. And I could also read out some of the messages left on our platforms by the netizens. We hope that you would assume your responsibility in a very safe way and come back safely to your family. And another one. Today is the International Youth Day, and we have the younger generation of climbers up there on the Mount Qomolangma. You are setting a very good example for all of the young people in this nation. And this is also an unforgettable day of youth for our young climbers. And another climber has left this installation site, and he's heading toward the peak of the mountain. Now for the remaining members, they are accomplishing this task. They are approaching the end of the installation. To the left-hand side, we can see the Kada glaciers. And also the Eastern Rombok glaciers. This time we have also invited a lot of experts of glaciers, the top-level glacier experts here. We have been studying the glaciers in the Mount Qomolangma. For example, we have used the radar to scan the whole body of the glaciers. We're using the drones and also the radar to study the whole body of the glaciers from the bottom to the peak of the Eastern Rombok glaciers. And today, academician Zhu and another expert, they are here with us. So what's your plan, sir? At different altitude? Yesterday, we have also received a lot of new data. In the Mount Qomolangma, we have already collected data about the flux of oxynitride, and the current level is much higher than what has been recorded in the historical documents. We have self-developed devices to detect the whole environment in the Tibetan plateau. We are working with the climbers as well as the other researchers of the Tibetan Autonomous Region to study the impact of the ultra-high altitudes on the human body. Mr. Zhu, he's also the Dean of an Institute of Environmental Sciences from the Peking University, and you're already 60 years old. I just arrived with helicopter. With the Rombok Glacier, we have selected the spot at an altitude of 6,000 meters. And we also have noticed that some of our workers, they are doing the monitoring. And just now, it was Mr. Kang. 2013. In 2013, I also joined an expedition trip with Mr. Kang. So this year, it's an unforgettable experience for us to get together again. What about the current progress with the installation of our weather station? Mr. Yao? Now we are connecting all the devices with the main body of this weather station. Now it's 20 to 1 p.m. Beautiful clouds. I would like to go there myself, but that's almost impossible for me to reach that high altitude. When the clouds move up a little bit more, then we cannot see the peak of the Mount Qomolangma. We try our best to complete everything, including the summiting of the mountain, in an hour. Just now, according to Professor Xu, there could be some possible wind blows within the clouds. Will it have some negative impact? On top of the Mount Qomolangma, the biggest fear is the heavy blow of the wind. Because when there's the heavy blow of the winds, there will be immediate sudden drop of the temperature. For example, for this part of installation of the weather station, they must take off their gloves in order to connect all the wires. And now, judging by the clouds movement, you can see there's almost no wind or very gentle wind blowing there. So that is a wonderful news for all our climbers there. They can feel free to take off their gloves and complete the connection work. What about the first group of climbers who have already summited the mount? And dropping from the base camp. Copy that. Are you at the peak? We are at a measurement site with the radar. Is that the place where I stood during the relay of the Olympic Flames in 2008? Yes, almost there. How many people do you have? 5. What about the southern slope? There's no one there. Please mind your safety. As far as I can tell, the weather conditions are good, but pay attention to the risk of cold injury. Now I can see that you have followed the procedure and you have worked according to the instruction to put up the instruments. So we would like to complete everything within 1 hour. And now they are fixing the wires. Dropping, can you hear me? Do we have a cameraman on the peak? Not yet. Could you please also send back some live footages on the peak of the Mount Qomolangma? Could we just see now the live pictures from the mountain peak, please? Now we have completed the installation of the automated weather stations. By 12:46, we have completed the installation. Now please try to consolidate again our structure of the weather station. First of all, we will run the test to see whether we can send back the data. If everything's fine and we can transfer the data, then we can further consolidate this instrument. By 12:46, we have completed the installation of the weather station, and in about 5 minutes, we can expect to receive the first batch of data collected by this weather station. Exciting moment. While waiting for the data, please try to smooth the wires. So first of all, we will put all the wires in order and we wait for the first batch of data to be transferred from this spot to the base camp. You are doing great. Please just continue until the end with a little bit more patience. And Japing, thank you. You're doing great. And Mr. Lee, I've noticed that you have a lot of experience in collaborating with the media. Yes, many years ago, I've already been working as one of the hosts on top of the mountain for your program. And now we are watching the live footage from the peak of the Mount Qomolangma at an altitude of 8,848.86 meters. And our team members, they are collecting the samples of the ice here. Breathtaking pictures. Thank you so much for delivering those pictures to our site. And within these samples of the ice, we can find the codes for the climate change. For example, for the Indian subcontinent, the pollution's impact on the mountain and also the changes of the temperature. And also the oxidation of the atmosphere, etc.
能请他看一下地面雷达测后的，能不能看一下雷达测后的工作组？不在一起。在这个站上，就在珠峰顶上，登上珠峰顶上是好多人的梦想哈。在珠峰顶上还能做科考。
To stand up there on the peak of Mount Qomolangma would be the dream of so many people. And to even carry out a scientific research experiment, that would be unimaginable for all of us.
那我们请中科院青藏高原研究所的徐百清。
And now I'd like to give the floor to researcher Xu Baiqing. This is a set of instruments designed specifically for the sampling of the snow. We can go into the depth of 3 meters, counting from the surface. Up and down, we can use this instrument to take out all the accumulation of the snow, and later on we will put all those samples of the snow into the clean bags prepared for the laboratories. And with that depth of 3 meters of snow, we can have the opportunity to study the accumulation of snow over the past 2 decades. And this is also one of the innovative work we have carried out. And we know that the peak of Mount Qomolangma is the highest place in the world. And now we are taking the samples of snow from the highest place of the world. So we also use the lovely metaphor, we call it the ice cream of the roof of the world. We have to use the radar to measure the thickness of ice and snow too. For example, by using the radar, we can see the thickness and also what's the impact of the climate change on this area. There are also specific forms of clouds. When there is the heavy blow of the wind, from the surface of the ice, some of the snowflakes would be blown into the atmosphere, and that would have an impact on the measurement of the thickness of the ice and snow. And over there, as we can see, our climbers, they are using the radar to test and detect the thickness of the ice. So that yellow color device is the radar. We're still going on with our measurement of thickness of ice and snow with the radar. Now Zhaxi and Quezhu, they are doing this radar measurement. One is holding the major body, another is holding the panel. They are starting by the lower place and they will go up to the peak point of the Mount Qomolangma. Over there, they will make the cross measurement. Do we have some historical data about the thickness of ice and snow, about the crest? In the past, we mainly attach great importance to the measurement of the total height of the mountain, but this time we have shifted a little bit our focus to know the exact thickness of ice and snow accumulated on the crest of the mountain. people from the world are very curious about the exact number, but nobody knows before today's mission. When could we have the exact data? First of all, we use the radar to do the test, and later on, when they climb down from the mountain, we can get the data out of the equipment, and we will continue with the reading and interpretation of those data. In about 1 week, we can know the final answer to that question. Friends on the peak of the Mount Qomolangma, you've done a wonderful job. Is that ridge the road that they have traveled by? Yes, of course. You are doing a wonderful job. This is the live image from the highest place of the world, from the crest of the Mount Qomolangma. Everyone has a chance to say hi to our nation, to the world. I'm the deputy captain of this mission. We have completed the 3 major tasks of this time. Now the time is 1 p.m., the 4th of May. You've done a wonderful job. Every one of you, you have successfully completed the mission this time. Now at the mission, Mr. Yao will talk to you guys. All the climbers and researchers, you have successfully completed all the 3 tasks and missions. Congratulations and all the best.
可以可以。不行，弟兄主，你们两个先上来吧，到顶峰，把国旗啊这些展示一下，把国旗展示一下。你们都上来，合个影，完了以后下去的时候把这个固定好，好吧？先登顶去，登顶去，那赶过了合影。
刚才这一刻呢，我们有很多网友也一同见证了。
Dear viewers, just now you have witnessed together with our sides the historical moment of completion of the peak mission. And we have also received a lot of messages of congratulations from our viewers. For example, one said that it's a symbol of the progress of science and technology in our country, since we can witness in life that wonderful moment of Mount Qomolangma climbing and also the summiting by our climbers.
这是这个气象数据传天下。还有一位可能是位年轻人，他说青年节，青年新高度，就是我们到了真正。
And another message goes like new height for our young people on this day of youth.
他非常感慨。
Now we are waiting for the statistics.
赵老师，赵老师，赵保镖，收到，请讲。再讲一遍。
已经登顶了。刚才我说的登顶时间是多少来着？12点22分哈。我们有电池，没有计算数据，这个每一个红线对红线，黑线对黑线，没有数据，没有数据。他们正在进行的这个工作是
What are they doing now? They are taking the samples.
采冰血样哈。
要采气体，这是采大气。
采大气了哈，采气样。
And they are taking the samples of the atmosphere.
吸进去，这个是不是最干净的气啊？算不算？好像我们那个朱院士有发言权哈。这个气算不算最干净的？
And Mr. Zhu, is that the purest air or the most complicated air? Hard to tell.
是不是跟这个臭氧从平流层下来有关系？
because you also have to consider the flow of the ozone.
很多方面它是人，如果是人类活动产生的，这一气体来说，它是最干净的。但是自然界还有一些它对人的有影响，这就很难讲。
You know that to this point we have the minimum of influence of human activities, but you also have to consider the natural elements, natural influence.
我们特别了不起的队长，第16次登顶哦。
Our captain,
16次登顶。
he has now accomplished his 16th summiting
现在正在采集的是大气
on the Mount Qomolangma, and he's doing the sampling of the gas.
大气样品，在峰顶采集大气样品是不是第一次？
Is it the first time for us to do the sampling of the atmosphere on the peak of the Mount Qomolangma? To my knowledge, yes,
那这个
indeed.
袋子应该是也很干净的，是吧？
And for that bag containing the samples, they must be very clean bags. Yes, of course.
好的，那我们大气样品已经也基本上采集完了。嗯。嗯。现在画面稍微有点延迟哈，啊，也真不容易啊，一直从11点多钟到现
There
在。
may be some delay in our footage.
嗯，非常不容易。好，我们现在
But
看的
over
是气
there
象
you
站
can
的。
see the
气
climbers,
象站的啊，提醒一下高深摄像，他可能手套是不是挡住了一点点？
they have been
赵华彪老师。
setting up the structure and the whole instrument for an automated weather stations. They've been working there for more than 1 hour or nearly 2 hours already.
对对，等多大下，等多大下，让个镜头给比卡的，手套个镜头，哦，OK 了，好好好。
高深摄像我们拍到的，嗯，好的，嗯。主播好，现在我们是在珠峰大本营。好的，其实今天现在此时此刻要传递的信息。
Today, right at this moment, I have so many messages to share with you. Now, what you're watching is the live footage sent back by our Alpine cameraman. We are looking at an automated weather stations at the highest altitude in the world. We have already completed the installation of the main body of the structure, and we are proceeding with the very last steps. Because now we are waiting for its sending back of data back to the base camp. And now I'm at the base camp. I'm waiting for the sending back of the data from an altitude of 8,830 meters. Wait a moment, please.
其实从它基本架设完成到传数据下来呢，还是需要一定的时间。
It still will take some time after the completion of the main body of the structure
收到数据后再来进行一个固定。
before we can get the
比较科学的
data.
方式。
We will have one try to see whether the data can be delivered from this high altitude until our base camp. And later on, if everything's good, we can consider that final consolidation of the structure. This is one part of our team of climbers, and already on the peak of the Mount Qomolangma, some other climbers, they have completed other missions, such as the radar-based measurement of the thickness of ice and snow, and also the sampling of the snow and of atmosphere. They are creating a lot of world-class records. Now we are waiting for the transmission of data from the automated weather stations from the altitude of 8,830 meters.
先暂时关吧，待会儿再说。你们也在顶峰稍微逗留一会儿，好吧？我们在等着那个气象的数据，如果下来了，就尽可能再上去，我们做最后的这个同期展示。
其实我们今天啊，就是央视新闻的平台呢，也在全程做了一个直播。
Today on the CCTV platforms, you can also follow our live streaming program.
总台在前方的40多个人的一个报道团队。
We have actually dispatched a team of workers of more than 40 people, and we are extremely thankful for the work of our alpine cameraman who's been working at such a high altitude. Thanks to his hard work and his courage, we can enjoy this beautiful image. Now we have the 2 pictures, all live pictures. One captured from the highest point of the world on the crest of the Mount Qomolangma, another at the altitude of 8,830 meters, where we have installed just now an automated weather stations, the highest one in the world, and we are waiting for the transmission of the data from this weather station back to the base camp. It's been already more than a quarter that we have completed the construction of the main body of the weather station. In the middle of the instruments, there's a photovoltaic panel, thanks to which we can offer the power generation and supply to the operation of this weather station for at least 2 years. We have to be patient. We're waiting for the data sent back by our weather stations. And it has been a very long coverage, this live streaming program, and we have received a lot of messages in our online platform. Our scientists here at the base camp have named our automated weather station after this mission. So we call this automated weather station the peak weather station. So we still have to wait for some more time before getting the data collected by the automated weather station. Just now we all heard the climber saying "Jasidele" in the Tibetan local language. It means all the best wishes. And the average age of these climbers are 30.77 years old. So they are relatively young. They have spent this International Day of Youth on the top of the world. Successful summiting of the Mount Qomolangma. And just now our climbers have research mission.
本次科考队的首朗多吉，加起来！我是科考队的多吉，加起来！
The scientific research program at the crest of the Mount Qomolangma, including the sampling of the snow and ice and the radar-based measurement of the thickness of the ice and snow, as well as the installation of an automated weather stations at an altitude of 8,830 meters have all been successfully completed. And now I'd like to give the floor to academician Mr. Yao to wrap up today's program, and he will also give us his personal evaluation of today's program of scientific research. First of all, I'm really thankful for all the climbers of the mountain and all the members of the scientific research team. I'd like to pay tribute to all of you. Salute and congratulations. For this peak mission, we have multiple tasks to accomplish. For example, the observation and sampling on the crest is just one tiny part of the whole program. However, this is a symbol of the combination of different disciplines. The successful accomplishment of the tasks today have set a solid foundation for the further research in the future. To use one sentence to conclude today's mission, that is, after summiting the Mount Qomolangma, we have set a solid foundation for the further in-depth research of the Mount Qomolangma, because we have completed the three major tasks today. And very briefly, I'd like to invite another representative to share with us his own feelings. I'm very excited today. Salute to all the pioneers of scientific research. Salute to all the courageous people. And salute to our brave climbers. They have helped to altogether turn a new page in the history of scientific research. And now I'd like to give the floor to the Chief Commander of today's mission, Nima Tsiren, DG of the Sport Authority of Tibetan Autonomous Region. Today, in our team, we have a captain and a vice captain. Together, there are 13 members in the team. They have successfully completed all the tasks assigned to them. And today's successful climbing to the crest of the Mount Qomolangma is the most successful in history because today's climbing mission has served the scientific research program. And best wishes go to all the climbers today.